Mijos y mijas, that's boys and girls. Hombres y mujeres y niños and niñas. Men, women, boys, and girls. And people of indiscriminate gender. Indeterminate. Welcome. Welcome to the greatest thing in the history of the world. This live stream. Some people say there are greater things, but those people are wrong. Rachel and I were just listening to a little bit of Beck, which I'm, it's like I feel like I, on some level, kind of underappreciate him somehow. He's just so good. Hi, Big Dog. Hi, Janet Berry. So I've been working on my Ain't Nothing Funky About Your Stupid Version of God song. I still want to get some Rachel vocals on here, but except for that, I think it's pretty well put together, In the beginning, God made the funk. Holy Ghost was raining with the angels, nuns, and monks. But there ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. But there ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. 'Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God. When God's child was born, 3 wise men came and brought with them gold, frankincense, a DJ, and cocaine. But there ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. Ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. Another damn bit of funk in there. But out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. 'Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God. There it is. Coming along well. I think I probably need to turn down that one bass part a little bit. It seems a little bit loud when I listen to it in these speakers. It's hard to mix things because you got different speakers. Things sound a little different speakers. You love the whole idea of the song? Thank you. I like the idea of it too. It was naturally occurring. Somebody named A Witness was being, proselytizing. They were trying to tell me like, oh, I'm Christian and you aren't Christian, Eric, really, because you smoke pot. Like, you need to go fuck yourself. It's just so ridiculous. Just because that guy had to quit everything and replace it with religion doesn't mean I have to.
Yeah.
So take that, A Witness. Now, I'll explain to you what you really need to understand, which is that there ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. Okay, so White Cliff, hello. White Cliffle? Is that an L at the end or a capital I? Are you White Cliff I or are you White Cliffle? I don't know. Nobody does. Would you guys like to go do a little palm stuff? FL. Okay. Yeah, I'm always shouting at the Knicks. And, of course, also the Mikes. Be they Hunt, be they Oxalong, be they Homas everywhere. I'm familiar with all of these people. I'm familiar with Anita Dick and me and all of her companions. So you may be rolling stoned, but you're going to need to roll a little more original than that to catch me. Mailman's here. Thank you very much. Have a good one. Rachel got something in the mail. Yeah, so she got some package or something. Probably clothes or something, you know. You're way too stoned. Ike? Oh, Ike came in there, right. Well, it's, you know, it's kind of like that friend Barry McCockiner, the Irishman, Barry McCockiner. Was she blessed and sublime? She's a mailman lady. She's a woman mailman. Um, she came by not that long ago, said she was training this new person. I thought we were going to have a new mailman woman. Hi, Jonathan Carpenter. I saw your call earlier, but I was working on music. I don't know what you want to talk to me about anyway. You can talk to me all you want on the live stream. But yeah, I was working on There Ain't Nothing Funky About Your Stupid Version of God. I got it really cleaned up. I'd like to get a little bit of Rachel vocals in there. I actually think it might be, oh my God, it's a huge fucking lizard. Wow, that's the fattest lizard I've seen around here. But you can jerk off a dog? I've never heard of that one before. That's a new one for me. I can do that. I'm not familiar with a lot of people whose first name is You Can. But, you know, there's a player on the Athletics named, whose last name is Holman. And if anybody asks him, you know, are you a boobs man or a butt man? He can just say, neither. I'm a whole man. Baby's doing good? Yeah, they're doing fine. I could probably water them again. Some of them are doing great, but they did get beat up by the hail the other day. But this little guy down there, he's just so small, but still alive. She, I mean, these are all female plants. When they get a little bit bigger, I'll give them the first fertilization. I've got this fish emulsion stuff, which is, it's like God level fertilizer. That's what I think, because my mom swore by it. So she was an excellent gardener. She had a very green thumb. My mom swore by fish emulsion, and I'm going to go ahead and believe it. It stinks when you put it on the plants. It stinks like fish for like most of the day or something. But, all right, let's look at the pond. I followed Cameron's suggestion yesterday. I went and got some chicken wire. And as you see, I've got this chicken wired out here. And when I put the cement down now, it'll be more effective because it'll have the chicken wire to hold on to instead of just the dirt, which is pretty good. My initial concreting last night came out pretty sloppy looking, really. But, you know, I was figuring it out as I went. Like, there's lots of crumbly bits I'm going to have to get up here from there. But then what I'll do is affix rocks. How am I going to affix them? Possibly with more cement, but I'm going to try a few different approaches and see what works best. Because if I could attach rocks with like caulking or silicone, however you want to say it. Hey there, Rachel. Hey, Cammoto. Ah, you did tune in the right time. No, you were extremely helpful yesterday. You got me to successfully open my drill that I've not been able to open for God knows how long, and I got the chicken wire like you suggested. So, you know, I even got at the store a smaller stirrer thing because fuck that other one. Like, are you serious? It's so much too big. How could they even claim on there that it fits most drills? Most drills are my size drills. They're just lying. Ace Hardware. I should write them like a letter. Say, stop lying on your stirrer things. It doesn't fit most drills. Ace Hardware, more like Liar Hardware. So here's my new stirrer. It's not quite as robust, but it should fit into the drill. There, it does fit. All right, so that's good. We at least solved one problem. Now I can stir the cement without using my own arm strength. I guess I'll bring it out there with me in preparation for doing that. Okay. So, I would like to, before I start working out here, I'd like to do a little bit of cleaning up. I'm going to need this, but I don't think I'm going to need this tube for anything. So, I can put this tube in the garage. This goes in here. This tube, these tubes can go in the garage. But most of what I want to clean up is the trash. I'll take this little hammer back to the garage. By trash, what I mean is mostly cigarette butts. I don't like there to be cigarette butts lying around. It looks trashy. So I try to pick them up. I don't even throw cigarette butts out the window anymore. That's how responsible I am. It's because it just seems like it's bad karma, you know. I don't like to throw cigarette butts out the window in Mariposa because there's very little trash in Mariposa. So I don't want to be... I wanted to trash my own home, but then I started thinking, well, I better not throw them out the window in other places either, or else I'll get bad karma for being so reliant on an interested calculus regarding a matter of ethics. Okay, I think we could throw this away now. this whole thing. It's the seed starter bottom thing. I don't see myself starting any seeds. Well, I could keep it for next year, I guess. Avoid having to buy another one. I'm just going to throw these away. No, I'll just throw this away. Well, you know what? Maybe I could keep all these things. You never know when you're going to need some tube. Go ahead. Go inside. Hi, Cam. Hi. You know what? It may be that this is stuck. It's possible. Yes, it is stuck. Roger said he would throw his fast food trash out the window only in Arcadia when he lived in TC. Well, Haynes H2210, God bless you too. God bless us, everyone. Just like in that Charles Dickens book. You know the one I'm talking about. Okay. This hammer I'm going to put back over here. Now this extra tube, and then this thing. What's this going to be used for? I don't know. I cut the end of this tube off because it was too long. This guy could use it as a musical instrument. Go like this. I guess I should just throw it away. I don't want to be all hoardy, but I'm not throwing this piece of tube away. Who knows when I might need a piece of tube. But I'll throw these away. I'll be responsible and throw these away. It's like I'm good at not acquiring physical objects, but once I have them, I'm not very good at dealing with them. Okay. Into the trash you go. Get off of my watch. Go. Okay, there. Get my Canada Dry ginger ale. Might as well get this other trash here. I'll put these cigarette butts into this. I've watched some of a couple of this one guy's videos, and his videos are titled something like boring medieval history to fall asleep to or something. And basically his videos are about what was the tavern in Middle Ages Europe really like. And that's all like. He tells it like a story, kind of like a second person story, like when you first walk in, he's British, you know. When you first walk in, there's a faint dampness to the hay on the ground, covered with a slick covering of ale and sweat. But the videos are like 2 hours plus long, telling about what the tavern in the Middle Ages was like. Or how peasants in the Middle Ages stayed warm in the winter. There's another one. I only watched like 15 minutes of each of them. Hi, Minecraft Gamer. Hi, Cindy Prim. I don't think I've lost weight, no. I did get a haircut, though. I lost weight on my head from cutting off all the hair. So now I'm gonna need like, I guess a new trash can out here or something. What could I use as a trash can? Let's go get a bucket for a trash can. I mean, I could bring a trash can back here, but I don't like to put trash in the trash cans unless it's in a bag first. So, because I don't know why. I've become like an old man who cares about old man things like, hey, don't put just trash in the trash can. You gotta put it in a bag first. Okay. So this is an intermediate solution. And you got this bucket, and just put the trash directly in there, and then I'll pour the bucket into a bag. How's Rachel doing? She was here in the stream a second ago, but she may be watching something else. She's doing well, I think, best of my knowledge. I mean, I haven't gotten a full status report recently, but I think she's doing fine. This is a trash can. Okay, so we can put this trash can over here. This moving around is good. I'm feeling like I got a poop growing in my butt. No one ever was wise to decide to hold their poop, you know? I mean, there are occasions when you have to, but if you don't have to, and you decide to do it anyway, that's a sure indication of a lack of wisdom. You have not learned how important it is to poop when you can. I've learned that over the years. I still don't always apply it because I'm not that wise. But stop it, Eric. Stop doing that. You're messing things up. Okay, that's better. So, we know what we're doing next. The next thing we're doing is we are going to go poo. You miss Rachel's face? Well, when I go poo, you'll have Rachel's face in front of you. I want to get some of these plants that are encroaching on the weed right here. Okay, that's a little better. There. That's better. Okay, good. Okay. So, I guess I'll water the plants now. It's a warm day, so they're going to dry out pretty quickly today. Thanks, Martin Terry. This view is it's my backyard. This hill is our backyard. We don't have a flat backyard. We have a flat spot down there where the shed is, but almost all of our backyard is a hill, which has its advantages and disadvantages. One of the advantages is coming out as I'm digging this pond over here, because obviously it's easy to do verticality in a pond when you have a hill. A lot more difficult when you're trying to build a pond on a flat surface to make it waterfally, you know. I've taken a liking to ginger ale of late. It's not something I ever used to drink, but kind of like 7-Up. It's hot and humid there. What do you disagree with? It's relatively cool here, yeah. I mean, it's warm. I wouldn't call it hot. It's probably 74, would be my guess. I'm pretty good at guessing what temperature it is. I mean, it's not really guessing. It's just that I'm feeling the temperature and accessing previous instances when I've known what temperature it is, though not exactly consciously. Like, I'm not going, remember that time, Eric, 6 years ago when it was this temperature and you looked at the thermometer, it was 74? Not like that, but just general life experience, I guess. What temperature does your phone say it is?
That's a good question.
I'm guessing 74.
Okay, let's see.
Where am I?
72.
72, okay. Pretty close. We're in Mariposa, California. at our home here. And I'm going to, I think, put on some boots in a little bit here and put down a bit more concrete.
Are you coming back outside?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
What I'm doing is watering the plants, then I may go inside for a while, then I may come back outside.
Okay, so then I'll be inside then.
Okay, cool. I'll join you in a little bit.
Okay. Freaking mosquitoes.
I'm not actually noticing any mosquitoes at all right now. It's not really the time of day for mosquitoes, but she may be experiencing face flies, which are not mosquitoes, but are nevertheless annoying. The mosquitoes seem to mostly just come out around dusk. Maybe dawn too, but I'm not up at dawn that often. Dusk and into the night a little bit. Like right now, I'm not experiencing any mosquito action. The mosquitoes might like Rachel better than me. You know, mosquitoes have preference for certain blood types, apparently. I'm not sure what my blood type is. I think it's O. But I don't know what blood type mosquitoes are more or less fond of. I read somewhere that people with certain blood types get more bitten by mosquitoes than other blood types. I look pretty? Thanks. Oh, Rachel looks pretty. She does. She's a pretty princess. I'm more statuesque than I am pretty, but, you know, pretty is a state of mind. Just like that song in that one musical says, I feel pretty. Oh, so pretty. I feel pretty and shitty and gay. You guys know that song? It's from a musical play called West Side Story. What a lot of people, I guess, didn't know at the time was they just ripped that whole story off from Shakespeare. You think mosquitoes like non-smokers more? Possibly. Oh, well, we'll take you inside and you're going to get to see every bit of gloss that Rachel has. She's got more kinds of lipstick than you can even shake a stick at. Cameron, he's got a shit ton of shades of greenish gray in his pens. Well, Rachel's got just as many shades of peachish red, like just subtle variations. She went to get a lipstick the other day at the Sephora, and they gave her a different color, like a different lipstick in the box than was supposed to be in there. But I bet I wouldn't have even been able to notice that they were different colors. You have to have a refined makeup eye to see that stuff. Rachel also notices when people in the world do things to their hair. Last 2 times we went to the market, she complimented 2 different ladies on changes they had done to their hair. I would never have noticed that. And even when she said it, the first lady, I realized, oh yeah, she normally has her hair up. Second lady, even after she said it, I didn't notice anything different. Her hair looked the same to me, as always. But your husband smokes like a chimney, mosquitoes seek him out. Well, that's good FE, Rachel. But my commentary here isn't about the FE. It's about your ability to notice things that I don't notice. Concurrently, I notice some things you don't notice. Thanks, Haynes. You already told me that. I guess the strategy there is to try to bundle 2 things together such that if somebody is opposed to Trump, they nevertheless feel the need to accept the blessing because it includes them as well. I'm not anti-Trump or pro-Trump. I'm anti-Trump in the sense that I would prefer to have a competent president, but I don't think he's doing it. I think he's doing all right, I guess. And I'd rather have him than Kamala Harris. I hate his approach to Ukraine, which is insane. Completely insane to say that the problem is Ukraine's not giving in to Putin enough. What kind of a moron would express such a notion? People need to study World War II a bit, you know? In some ways, World War II was the worst thing that ever happened to the country because it convinced policymakers that military force is a way to solve problems. And it can be and should be in very certain specific situations, like with Ukraine or Taiwan, but not in Vietnam, where you're essentially fighting one half of a civil war. That's a stupid idea. Not go invade Iraq. That's a stupid, terrible idea. But just because recent forays into military force have been horrible misadventures doesn't mean that we should never use military force. And we can clearly distinguish when we should and shouldn't, right? When we have an ally who representing, free civil society, Western democracy, some version of that, and it's being aggressed upon by essentially a dictatorship, well, then obviously those are instances when we come to their aid and draw lines in the sand and enforce them. It's also the case that absolutely nobody, then I mean nobody, is benefiting from his deporting everybody. Once somebody's in the country and they're settled in here and stuff, it does nobody any good to forcibly remove them. Maybe there's someone's babysitter. Maybe there's someone's handyman, You're watering too slowly. You need to water faster. Okay. We are now watered. Good job, everybody. Good job for watering. See all this little crap here? I want to get all this crap off of this. I want to throw these chairs away because they're all broken. These chairs. I can either break them into pieces or I could just make a dump run. But I wish these chairs just didn't exist. Did I turn the water off? It seems to still be coming out. Ah, that's because I didn't turn it off. cigarette butts here. Get those cigarette butts. Okay. Now we're going to go in pull bowls. Then we're going to put on some socks. Then we're going to go outside, do a little concreting. We're going to concretize some stuff. Until the bottle you go. Okay. Well, that's a mosquito. Get out of here. So there are some mosquitoes. At least one. They like to come inside the house. The thing I hate about mosquitoes more than anything is when they fly close to your ear. And you hear that. And then I just want to like smack my whole head to stop them from growing weed. Marijuana, sometimes called. Or sometimes it's known as the greatest public health threat in history.
The greatest?
Marijuana. That's why we have to make it so illegal.
Trying to get the... Hey girl, hey Cindy Prim.
Cindy Prim wants to look at your glosses.
So,
Would you like to use this as a surface?
Sure.
I can bring your whole box over if you'd like. Here's her box.
That's my box.
Here's another one.
Hi, Winston's mom. So I'm wearing Fenty Beauty's Gloss Bomb Sticks Shimmer in Fusty. They call it a dusty pink.
Dusty Pink is a good name for a cowboy.
That is.
Go by the name of Dusty Pink.
Yeah.
Ain't no outlaws gonna scare me.
Ain't no outlaws gonna scare you.
'Cause I'm the fastest gun in the West side, Dusty Pink. Hi, girl, hi. Is that how that was pronounced in Prim? I think so.
Yeah.
Rachel has a lot of different colors. She's got a whole palette of nudes. Even though her own skin is only one shade of nude.
It's true.
She has a whole palette of them. She's got pencils as well as regular lipsticks. Sometimes she uses a pencil.
Yeah, sometimes I do. To fill my lips.
And she's got an eyelash curler. Is that what that is?
Yeah, good. Wow, look at you.
Wow. Hey, girl, hi.
And then I got 2 lip oils. I try to buy cruelty free. And like when I was buying these products because they're Rihanna's brand, I couldn't help but think like she has like big ties with Jay-Z.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, how could she not have been at one of those freak offs?
Well, 50 Cent the other day, he, I guess, put an Instagram thing up, or maybe it was Twitter, I don't know, where he posted a bunch of pictures of Jay-Z and Diddy hanging out together.
That's funny.
Yeah. Just nobody forgets. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. So right now, Rihanna is in the clear, but I can't lie. It was a little bit like, shit, am I giving money to like fucking participant in.
The thing is, what does Rihanna know about makeup? Nothing. She doesn't know how to make makeup.
And she makes a lot of it.
She just has her name on it. It's like if I went into the hardware store with some sticky notes that Eric and put them on all the power tools, then we were, oh, this is an Eric power tool.
Okay.
No, they just say this is a regular power tool. Somebody wrote Eric on.
Okay, so yeah, I'm barefoot. I have my feet on the couch and my Birkenstocks are on the floor. I like, but that's the same about Selena Gomez too, because she is a beauty brand.
Well, yeah, I mean it's the same for all those people who have makeup brands.
Mm-hmm.
They don't actually make the makeup themselves at all. Like I've got my brand of Typology, defensible Typology, but that's appropriate because I actually know how to do typology.
Yeah.
But Rihanna doesn't know how to do makeup. She probably doesn't even do her own makeup. She probably has some lady do it for her.
I mean, she might approve of.
I approve of this lipstick.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, maybe it's.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Yeah, maybe it's Maybelline.
Studio by L'Oreal.
Studio by L'Oreal. Wow, that's going back.
Is that an old one?
I mean, it's a classic, I would say.
Along with Easy Breezy Cover Girl.
Yep, beautiful Cover Girl.
Easy Breezy Beautiful Cover Girl.
You're not under anywhere wrapper. I wouldn't put my feet on you.
Eyebrow shit like Hermes. No need to tell people they're even out there. What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, is that high end makeup brand Hermes?
Hermes is they make the Birkin bag. Have you heard about the Birkin bag?
It sounds familiar.
It's like a very, very, very expensive bag, and that's all I know.
Yes,
you're free.
You're
free.
Okay. Nobody's keeping you foot hostage here. Right, Hermes. Hermes is a high-end no longer in business, but it used to be a high-end manual typewriter company.
Oh, really?
And they make green typewriters.
Oh.
That are quite cool. I can show you a picture of one. You can see the light again, thank God. I was afraid I had blinded you forever. Hermes typewriter. I used to have one. I used to have a lot of different typewriters. But looks like this. Someone's trying to charge $1,100 for the typewriter.
Oh my God, it's cool.
Oh yeah, they're cool, but
that's expensive.
Nobody's ever gonna pay that much money.
Yeah, like compared to the other prices, why would you?
I mean, sometimes you get a super cherry thing. I remember one time I saw this really cherry computer. I almost wanted to get a typewriter. That I almost wanted to get. It was $300 and some, but it was super cherry, and it was like I think it was a Mercedes brand or something. Well, I didn't get it. I one looked just like this. It comes in a metal case.
I'll show the. Oh wow! Look at that.
I had this one right there.
That's cool. That's so retro.
Yeah.
Can't you see someone like in the late 50s or early 60s, like secretary?
Yeah.
Typing on that.
But you know, the one I kept, the one typewriter I kept from my collection of typewriters, um, is about as fantastic a typewriter as you're gonna find. I'm gonna go get it to show everybody. Oh, really? Tom Hanks is in the typewriter. Makes me like him a little bit more.
Hey, unremorseful psycho. We're good. I'm glad that you subscribed. Welcome. Hey, Jack Me Off 916. We're good, thanks. We're enjoying the day. Glad you're happy to be here, unremorseful psycho. You're released. You're released, rapper. I give you your freedom. Cool, rapper, thanks. Well, the house that we were going to use for an Airbnb, we have it listed now. We're selling the house, and it's officially listed. So hopefully we get some grabbers, some bites. I haven't heard anything. I'm 40 actually, rapper. Thanks, Jack. Yeah, actually we talk about I do know about psychology in the like sense that I studied it. I took classes in college about it. And we talk about personality types here. So we know about cognitive functions. Ooh, look at this, folks.
I want to know the following. Does Tom Hanks have one of these?
Ooh.
This is a beauty. Look at this. It's called a Triumph. Triumph Perfect with a K in the perfect. See? It's got red and black tape. It's a little dusty, but still.
Sure can take care of that.
Yeah, just a little bit of air and it'd be clean as a whistle again. The case isn't in great shape, but the typewriter itself is cherry.
You found that, right?
I bought it.
Oh, you bought it?
Yeah, at a thrift store for $40.
Oh, I thought it was like a flea market or.
Yeah. Like, whoa, how much is this? If you look around the thrift stores, they're not that expensive. But if you look online, they try to charge a shit ton of money for them.
Wow. Yeah, so like we study like Carl Jung's cognitive functions. Do you know of Carl Jung? Unremorseful? Hey, Tech Tidbits.
Don't go there. I gotta get this delivered.
You got the Carl right. CarlJung.
Okay, let me get. There's a live lizard in here.
Oh, that's okay. Unremorseful psycho. He is someone that like if you study psychology that like comes up. He studied under Freud, but he didn't really take much from Freud. He studied under Freud, but he didn't really take much.
Here's a lizard. Hold on, lizard. Wait till we get outside.
Good saving.
Yeah, he was a contemporary of Freud. Took a different approach to things, though. Freud said, look, basically, person's all about their genitals.
Oh, that's really interesting on Remorseful Psycho. I studied like disorders and everything since I've been in and out of therapy a while now. I crossed my head the curiosities and noticing if people are affected in conversations. That's good. That this has to do with the way people think. We talk about disorders here too. We talk a lot about personality disorders because Eric and I both dated people with borderline personality disorder. So,
You know, I had a video suggested to me this morning. It was, it's like basically how to manage conflict in your relationship with your BPD partner. How to manage conflict is just break up with them.
no. It's tough because you have to break up with them because they abuse you, right?
No, it's like, okay, here's a video on how to handle living with a hornet's nest in your house.
I know.
You don't handle living with a hornet's nest in your house, you get rid of it.
When I learned about borderline personality disorder when I was at convention on mental health, the parents of the guy who they were talking about, the parents of the boy who had BPD, like they were like, you could tell in their heart, like they want the best for their kid, but it's like they've been through war. Thanks, Winston's mom.
Winston's mom's quote there is such an INFJ quote. As a child, I felt myself to be alone, and I am still because I know things and must hint at things which others apparently know nothing of, and for the most part do not want to know.
I guess you're used to liars saying what they want.
Yeah. Rapper stuffing gross. Jesus, take your foot fetish to OnlyFans, for Christ's sake.
Does BPD mean that they are really nice to you one day, then completely jerk on another day? It can happen like that. It usually, I mean, Eric started off bad right from the beginning. I got love bombed in the beginning of my BPD relationship. But there was very much I love you, I hate you, don't leave me.
Yeah, I hate you, don't leave me is the quintessential BPD quote.
Yeah.
But gee, the thing is, BPD is properly called a disorder because you've got a wide splay of people of different personality types, different backgrounds, etc., who all are toxic in their intimate relationships, and they share one common causal factor, which is childhood abuse. So it's appropriately called a disorder, unlike ADHD or autism spectrum, which are bullshit.
It's like dealing with two different people. I mean, yeah, I guess, because like in the beginning of the relationship that I had with Harris, who had BPD, he um was like he loved bombed me in the beginning. So like everything was all about me and how great I was, because that's what BPD does. Also, they have like their favorite people, and then they go to value and devaluing. So they'll be like all about you and like how great you are, and then like at some point they decide like that you're not that great, and they kind of like ignore you and stuff. You have a coworker like that? Well, it could be some sort of other thing. BPD people um can be very likable. Like a lot of people liked Kimberly, and she was terrible to Eric.
Half the community was on her side.
Yeah, I know.
And what's very clear in the aftermath of that is that there definitely are relationships where one party is wholly at fault. If somebody's toxic, aka BPD is a good example of toxic, then it really is all their fault. It's not my fault at all.
No.
I was
Even though in the
I was trying to use words as a healthy person uses words. I was trying to use words to resolve things, fix things, etc. But she absolutely refused to let my words do any good. I was constantly saying to her, work with me, not against me. But it didn't matter what approach I took, what words I said, how correct I was, what my tone was. It didn't matter. She just refused to listen to any of my words when they were trying to solve any kind of problem anyway. You know, basically she refused to listen to me all the time.
It's almost like she wasn't interested in solving the problem. They don't care about solving problems.
Well, I mean, from a BPD person's perspective, if there's a problem, it just means you, like some previous person in their life, are going to abuse them unfairly.
Yeah, bipolar is
not a disorder. Okay, that's a mental illness. It's different. It's maybe called a disorder, but it's not. Disorders are things like BPD. It's a personality disorder. Bipolar is a medical thing. Like, Rachel has to take certain meds, or else she'll stop sleeping and go insane. Like, that's real. Like, schizophrenia is not a disorder either. People might be skeptical of it because you see Rachel and she's so perfectly sane because she's on the right pills.
Yeah, but if you see some earlier live streams when I was sick, I thought like everyone was out to get me. Hated everything. Reality is bent.
I mean, if she doesn't take her drugs, she'll stay awake for seriously like a week straight, more maybe.
Yeah, sometimes 10 days. I think 10 days was the longest.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is insane.
I'm a former meth addict. I never even got close to 4 days. Maybe I made it a little bit into a third night. That was it, and I was out. Antisocial personality disorder? Well, that's not a good one to have. That tends to mean that basically, anti-personality disorder is, antisocial personality disorder is, I act out in ways that violate the rights of others. I act out in criminal ways. Yeah, but you may be antisocial, like you're not antisocializing. That's different than having an antisocial personality.
It's not really great. I mean, it's antisocial because they don't care about people, but it's not like introverted.
you're probably an avoidant attachment style.
I'm
But
definitely anxious.
I mean, actually, Rachel, I think you have a healthy attachment style, and so do I.
Yeah.
You are anxious about a relationship,
Yeah.
but that doesn't mean you have an anxious attachment style.
But I'm always
Look,
worried
people,
that you're gonna.
but people either have a healthy attachment style or one of several unhealthy. An avoidant attachment style would mean you purposely put distance between us so that,
As an anxious.
yeah, right?
Mhm.
Um, as avoidant, I mean, that would
Oh,
be avoidant.
avoidant. Yeah, avoidant.
Anxious
Anxious
though
is
is
like, oh, like
but see, needing a lot of reassurance is not an unhealthy attachment style. It's
no.
it's the consequence of having been through lots of shitty relationships, finally getting the right relationship and not wanting it to blow up, you know?
Yeah.
And being NI, you have less you less lock into things will continue as they are, you know.
Yeah.
I'm settled in so I don't stress about it because, you know, well, we've been together for this long, why would that change?
I know, but some people like, I.
Well, some people can suck it.
Mm-hmm.
You're happy alone, you do everything alone. I think there are plenty of people in the world who aren't really made for couples, you know.
Definitely.
Enneagram says you've got three kinds of relationships with it being in a couple, either self-preserving, coupley, or social. I've been with a social one before, social person before, and it was all about like family gatherings and stuff. Horrible. Anyway, and being with an Enneagram social sub.
Oh my!
It's
I
like,
mean, we both.
can we please
Yes,
not go to any more fucking outings and family
seriously.
things?
I know,
For
and
Christ's
I
sakes?
felt like such a bad person because like I was so happy to like be involved with a friend group, but it was like he'd be like, Evan would be like, um, we have football on Sunday, we have this on Saturday, and on Thursday we're doing this. I'm like, oh my god, like we're doing this every week. Like I can't handle it. And the fucking problem was he didn't respect my boundaries.
Yeah. Well, the point is, there are plenty of people in the world who are perfectly happy to be single, don't want to be in any kind of relationship, maybe don't want to date, and there's nothing wrong with that at all.
It's becoming more and more popular.
Yeah. I read something saying that, quoting 50 Cent, saying that he's abstinent now because
Good for him.
it's like sleeping with people is too messy,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Sounds like SI polar. What sounds like SI polar? They have mutual feelings towards people of their interest. Antisocials, then over time, they can just unintentionally lose interest until the person they talk to just loses a place in their mind. Well, I mean that's somewhat the case for people who have a very unconscious relationship with their own feelings too. Like I do a poor job of maintaining friendships and relationships,
I do.
except for my marriage, obviously, because I'm just naturally made to be part of a two-person team.
Yeah, I'm a sexual variant too. Oh no. He's Evan, like undoubtedly. Like my sister took the 16 personality test and she got ESFJ, but I'm not sure. I don't know what she is. But when Evan took it and he got ESFJ, I'm like, oh yeah.
SI people do not have any problem doing things, really. You know,
No, my sister's doing things. We'll see.
where you have problems is when your S's are in 3-7 or 4-8. Then you have problems with executive function shit, checking stuff off of a list, getting stuff done, meeting deadlines, that kind of stuff. So, it's like my SE is 8th, so I'm okay at getting shit done. When I'm myself, when I'm feeling like myself. This last couple of years prior to a couple months ago, it is like an anomalous data because it linked to my specific situation and events and stuff rather than my personality. Naturally, in most normal experiences of life, I'm I'm happy and interested in things I'm doing, or I'm annoyed and frustrated at something I'm doing. But it's like what I'm not normally doing in my life is just receiving. So since I stopped being depressed, I've been watching a lot less TV, just shockingly less.
So I feel like
Well, you're a receiver though.
yeah.
I'm not a receiving type.
No.
When I was the last couple of years though, I've been doing way too much receiving because I didn't realize it really, but I was depressed.
Well,
Or something.
I didn't
like
know.
That.
I didn't know you were either. I can't believe I didn't know. Like that worries me.
Well, I mean,
Not that
I didn't know either. So.
It's not like I could solve your problems.
Right,
but...
and the thing is, what was depressing me was just a bunch of unprocessed bad memories that all got processed once I had to process all my dad's stuff.
Yeah.
And then like a bunch of this whole wave of memories from earlier in my life when I had failed somebody in some fashion.
Oh God, I hate those memories.
Being cruel or something.
Yep, they curl up in my mind too.
And I was just being like, there's a tidal wave of all of these instances of me being shitty. And I just found myself saying all the time, I hate myself. I wish I were dead. I hate myself. And so I recognized that from back when I was a drunk. But I didn't understand, like, well, why should I be doing this again now? Because, um, that I put that part of me away when I quit drinking. But the reason is because I had guilt, for good reason to feel guilty. But also, it was more complicated than that. It wasn't as simple as Eric's failings with my dad. My dad was an incredibly difficult person to deal with.
What do you think his Enneagram was? 8?
Oh, probably
7 or 5.
I'd say probably 3-6.
I thought he was 6 too. The way that he.
It's relationship with objects and stuff.
Well, your mom is a 6.
Yeah, she was. But she is smarter about her SI because it's their dominant function rather than her tool. So my dad just SI'd as a tool function. Just gather objects, put them on shelves, take pictures, put them in things.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter that you're never going to reference them again. It's just his MO. My mom was not as.
No.
Just like any dom isn't as overwhelmingly NE about things as any tool. So too with SI dom versus SI tool. My mom had a better relationship with her SI because it was an absolute value. So she was less prone to being super cluttery.
Yeah. I remember your aunt saying that she kept your dad in check with buying things.
Yeah. Well, he'd come home every weekend from the swap meet with wonderful prizes to show her.
Oh my God.
Look, Jane, I got you this cookbook. David, I need another cookbook. Like I need a hole in that. I would say. Okay, yes, that's very nice. But she just didn't really want the endless accumulation of stuff, I think. But
I guess I'm more like your dad in the things department, having things department.
Well,
it's just girl stuff.
It's because, your SI is eighth rather than fourth. So, like,
Mm.
I don't do things for the sake of doing things.
No, that's true. You don't. You like to have a purpose behind it,
All right.
a reason.
But at the same time, I have seemed to have little control over when and what I do. Like, I might say, tomorrow we're going to meow. I just as likely to meow as if I had not said that, you know? So, in that regard, my SE is like your SI. You sort of find yourself accumulating objects and stuff, right? Whereas, like me, I just, now I'm doing this, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. I can't. Yeah.
Just be a monk and live in a lighthouse.
You know, sometimes I feel like I have a lot of stuff too because like I have clothes to give away. I have to give. I have like bags that I have to give away. But like living out here, we don't live near the mall, so I can't just like run to the mall and like return stuff. Which like I was always a returner. Like if I didn't like something or if it didn't fit me right, I return it. But now it's like I don't mail things back. I'm not good with that. So like sometimes I'll buy something and
We can always drive to a brick and mortar version of that store in Fresno or something if you want to return something.
what brick and mortar?
Well, like we did the other day, we went to Sephora, returned something at the store.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I don't know if they have a store in Fresno. Um,
Yeah, I'm not worried about Rachel having hoarding instincts.
I worry about it because my grandma at McCurkin was a fucking hoarder, and I'm like, oh my god, I have so like I guess I inherited some of her.
The things you have are all one of three things: clothing, jewelry, or makeup,
Yeah,
or perfume, I guess too.
yeah, girl stuff.
Yeah, that doesn't qualify as hoarding. Hoarding is like, oh my god, I can't believe the deal on these paper plates. You
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
get 6,000
That's
of
what
them.
my grandma would, and she would buy so much, and she would pawn it off on us. Thank you, Winston's mom. I try to shop for the seasons.
I think Rachel does a pretty good job of not spending too much money.
Thanks. I keep the money in mind, you know.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think you and I just, we're into a nice flow
Mhm.
in life.
Yeah, it is really nice.
We've grown accustomed to living here. We have our ways. When we first moved in here, we didn't have any ways.
No, because it didn't feel like to me anyway. It didn't feel like my house yet.
Right. It took a while for it to feel like my house too. You read a news report about a 7-year-old boy who ordered 7,000 pounds of Dum Dum lollipops.
Oh
Wow.
my god.
Well, that should last a while.
He's crafty with his technology.
$4,000 on Dum Dums, huh?
Oh no! I
I'm
mean, he's
surprised you
7.
can get 7,000 pounds of Dum Dums
Yeah,
for
well, I'm
$4,000.
surprised they wouldn't flag that. Like,
Well, obviously,
oh, Amazon's working.
obviously the kid's parents have money,
Yeah.
so like their bank is accustomed to them making $4,000
Yeah, because they
purchases
would have.
occasionally.
Right, because they would have.
Otherwise, they would have flagged
Mhm.
it. That's one of the. This is one of the problems that rich parents have, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, I have so much problem with my child. He spent $4,000 on Dum Dum lollipops.
But imagine.
And then you talk to some poor person, and they're just like,
But.
"You think that's a problem, huh? You got $4,000 extra to spend on lollipops."
I
I wish I
mean,
had your problem.
that's. I think $4,000 though is still
It's a
a
lot.
lot.
Yeah. Um, I remember when I got in trouble when I was maybe like 14, I guess, because I started calling this pornography phone number that played a recording of a lady saying stuff.
Mm.
And then my parents got a phone bill and it was like $300.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Then especially, that's a
And
lot.
they're like, what is this phone number? That was kind of embarrassing.
Oh, that is embarrassing. I've had embarrassing stuff like that happen to me too. With like sexy times. Like my our dog found like a condom in my room in the waste basket, and he like brought it all around the house.
Oh, God.
Yep. And my dad had to sit me down, and he was like, Tyler had a condom in his mouth, and he's like, I'm glad you're having protection.
How old were you?
17. But still, like, I was like, oh my god. Like, of course I leave the door open, Tyler goes in, and that's what he puts in his mouth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It is pretty funny, like, the way that my parents found out. It's so, like, innocent. But, I was mortified.
Um, what was I gonna say? Something about I don't know. It's gone as quickly as it can into my head. I'm gonna pull some more bong rips. I'm gonna go do a little cementing.
I hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
No, honestly, I don't love thinking about you having sex with other people,
Oh, sorry.
but it's fine. You were just telling a totally relevant story, and it was like 23 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I could get jealous about you having sex with somebody else 23 years ago. It seems a little counterproductive.
Yeah. It's like I could be jealous.
We're fine. We're both fine. It just so happened in this instance, my story was about me jacking off while listening to a lady on the phone. So it's less jealous inducing, but
It's
it doesn't matter.
well, it's a recording, so
Yeah, it
it's just
wasn't it wasn't a
embarrassing.
live lady. I wouldn't have wanted to talk to a live lady. I
Mm.
wouldn't have known what to say or anything.
Mm.
I wanted to hear a sexy voice tell me a sexy story. I always like words. Even with pornography, I like Penthouse Forum magazine. I like to read the stories in it.
Sometimes that happens with me too. Um, like I like to hear the stories, and sometimes that'll get me like turned on. But probably not as
Jenny
much as
Sue didn't know when she entered the building that she was soon going to be exiting her clothes.
No, not like that. Like it. Okay,
Maybe I should write some pornography.
you should. It would do well with women, maybe men too.
Yeah, that could be the opening sentence of my pornography book. Julie didn't know when she entered the building that she'd soon be exiting her clothes. I have a kid, FFS.
For fuck's sake.
What does that have to do with anything? I know what FFS means.
Oh.
What does that have to do with anything? She's not a little kid anymore. She's a full grown adult.
Well, I guess like he's saying like
I can't be jealous because I have a kid.
Or you shouldn't be jealous because
Well, I mean, it's
like
not
you have a
like
kid.
jealousy is a decision, although somewhat it is. Like I've basically shelved my jealous inclinations. I realized that this is that like this is something I'm doing to myself for no reason.
Well, that means that you're aware of it and you're taking steps to like do something. I mean, I get jealous too. It's a normal human. That's the thing.
I think
It's
of
a
it
human.
as misplaced fi, basically. Like because I love you, and that emotion is more complicated or something, or I guess more subtle or something. Um, Not something I really can recognize as an emotion, whereas I can recognize bad emotions much more easily, like anger, jealousy, or I guess like sadness. I'm not sad very
Yeah,
often.
no, you're not.
But I do have anger sometimes, and I can experience jealousy, and it feels like I came to understand the fact that when I'm engaging in this pointless jealousy about something that happened years ago with somebody that Rachel once went out with or something, um, that it's just it's just me feeling something
Yeah,
for Rachel.
yeah.
It's like it's how I can feel how precious she is to me
Mhm.
because I'm not good at feeling the direct positive emotions.
Well, that's why
I'm
they
aware
say.
of the truth of them. Like that doesn't undermine my commitment at all.
Well, that's why they say like jealousy is not like all bad. It shows that you care about the person, but um, like it just it can't be.
But we can drive around this town and let the drive chase
Chase
us
us
around.
around.
Hey, jealousy.
Um, but like it's like I'm afraid that you're gonna bump into any celebrity and then be like,
Me?
yeah, and
Well,
then
but why would I be more interested in celebrities than regular
it's
people?
totally logical because it's just because it's based on astrology and how.
NI over SI. You think that I'm gonna operate in some NI frame where I'm gonna I'm gonna trade up?
Yeah.
That's not my style at all. That's a great quote. Moral indignation is jealousy with a halo.
Moral indignation is jealousy with a halo. I don't
It's
understand.
bullshit, but it's a great quote. It means like the only reason you're morally indignant is because you're jealous of their debauchery, but you feel superior to it, which is not the case at all.
Yeah, like I don't feel jealous of Diddy.
It's like Bertrand Russell's quote, the popular quote. The trouble with the world is that the fools are full of, the wise people are full of doubt, whereas fools are full of certainty. Something like that. Well, that's
Hmm.
not true at all. I'm not uncertain about things at all. And I'm very wise. I was much less certain about things when I lacked wisdom. But I get that not everybody operates like that. For example, Rachel seemed to almost get her feelings hurt the other day when I was withholding judgment on whether this thing was an accordion or not.
Yeah.
Because she knew it was an accordion.
Yeah.
But I'm like,
You
well,
doubted it. It
I
was
mean,
the second
I,
time, like in the day.
I just default to withhold judgment, like until I verify something, I don't know it. Until I just determine it, I just don't know it.
Well, that's why I don't. If you don't mind, if something that like I thought I saw, like if we like rewind it or whatever, just to confirm, because like sometimes I feel like I'm crazy. I'm like,
Oh
what?
yeah, the other thing that happened that day was the ace hat.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, you were just totally right about the ace hat.
And I was worried about the accordion too, you know, like
Right. Well, you were right about the accordion, but that's a different matter. Okay. The A's hat. All we needed to do was pause it and look at it, and it was obviously an A's hat, right? The accordion. What I was saying is technically, I'll tell you. You said like, what's that thing called? I said, you're talking about an accordion. I said, yes. That person had an accordion. I said, well, technically, we really shouldn't conclude it with an accordion yet because we didn't see her go like this. We didn't see her go like this with it.
I see.
Now, with the A's hat, that is a knowledge thing. There's no determining to be done there. I didn't see the A on it, and I guess I assumed that. Well, why would he be wearing an A's hat since he was in Dodgers stuff last time?
Last time he was rooting for the Dodgers.
Maybe he prefers the Dodgers over that other team, but prefers the A's over the Dodgers.
Yeah, probably.
That's possible.
I don't know.
Regardless, you were right about that. But it's like me not knowing is not me negating your knowledge.
I know. Well, thank you for explaining about that because like it feels like you're negating it, and I'm like, damn, like, am I fucking like dumb or something? Like, what's going on here?
No, when you know things, if I at that moment have to take a stance on it, I would 100% of the time gamble with what you know, even though some of the time it's going to be wrong.
Oh yeah, sometimes it is.
But the thing is, when you know things, I'm still over here where I don't have to know. I'm perfectly happy with it being undetermined.
Oh, I'm so like, I gotta know. That's why I was so happy with the internet because I had so many questions as a kid and I could just Google now.
I think you're a great knower. And like I said, you know, if the world required us, said like, okay, both of you guys, in this instance, you will both be required to know. In this instance, you will both be required to determine. I would go with your knowledge all the time.
I would have to take time to think about things. So I'm not good with like brash.
Well, what you just talked about were knowledge things, though they weren't determination things. You just knew because you knew what an accordion looked like that it was an accordion.
Yeah.
And
I did ask. It was a question.
You asked what the name of it was, but
yeah,
it was like, what's that thing called again?
Yeah.
With the hat, you probably interpreted it as like, what, Eric? You don't trust my eyes? No, I trust my eyes, and I didn't see that.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I think you're wrong. It just means I didn't see an A's hat. But when we rewinded and looked, it was indeed an A's hat.
Yeah.
So, again, it wasn't like I don't believe you or I don't trust your knowing. It was like that's not what my eyes saw.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Because like I was like it happened. It just makes me blue.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I think it's
like that. It's
bipolar.
No, I think it's Adderall.
Oh.
Because the thing is, Rachel, like, there's nothing negationary about that at all. It's just we have different default ways of paying attention. Epistemologically, you're a knower, I'm a determiner.
I know.
So I'm just going to prefer to have the status be undetermined. I don't know, ambiguous.
Unless you have an intuition on something, like I said, like some celebrities, you just knew they were garbage.
Yeah, but that's something that it's like, that's not a claim I have to defend or anything, right?
What do you mean?
Well, like, me determining that some celebrity is a sack of shit is not something that anybody... It's not resolvable 100% one way or the other, right? Like, I might think Meghan Markle is a sociopath, super toxic, whatever. But if somebody disagrees with me, I'll be like, whatever. I'm not going to try to defend it because it's just something I can just know. And for me, when I just know something, well, I'm just knowing it, right?
I do ask, really. Like, I'll be like, really? Like, you don't think that, like... You know, she had me fooled in the beginning. Like, I was like, oh wow, like she can, like, an American can, I think she's American, can become like a princess. And then slowly I was like, she seems terrible.
Yeah, she's pretty terrible, I suspect. But the thing is, the point I guess I'm making is that, like, a question of is that an accordion or is that an A's hat? Those are factual questions that can be resolved with evidence as we resolve them.
Yeah.
Um, so I'm going to be hesitant to know unless I've determined.
Hmm.
But the question of whether Meghan Markle's a shitbag is not technically a
See,
factual
I feel
question.
like that's like such an intuition, like good,
It's a knowing
good.
thing. You
Yeah,
can't.
yeah.
There's no
You just
set of facts I
know.
could lay out that would decisively
Right.
establish
Yeah.
in a defensible way that in fact she is a shitbag. Even
Yeah,
if
I
I
know.
laid out a lot
That's
of
what I
evidence.
mean. Like, I feel like it's good and I like you with that.
Right. So because that's something I don't have to defend, couldn't possibly defend, and nobody would try to, it's like there's
Yeah.
no point in arguing something like that. Then I'm okay with knowing that.
Some people would want to argue. They would be possibly in favor of her
I wouldn't get it.
being
I
a
wouldn't argue with
princess.
him. I just say, well, it's just my
Yeah.
intuition. I just know it.
Yeah.
I haven't determined it. I just know it. So I'm not going to
Yeah,
argue
like
with you about it.
it's funny. Like, I wanna be like, are you kidding me? Like, this, that, and the third. Like, how could you not like be disgusted by them?
What if the funeral industry is behind all the preservatives in our food? That would suggest then that the funeral industry has a vested interest in bodies not decaying, but that's not the case. Most dead bodies are cremated these days, and for those that aren't, they have formaldehyde.
What does that do?
It keeps the body from decaying until they put it in the ground.
Oh.
When you get a casket burial, they take all of your organs and stuff out and fill your veins with formaldehyde.
Oh, I thought it was in your veins. Formaldehyde, huh?
Yeah.
Hmm. Oh my gosh, they did my grandma Lapalos's makeup so bad. I was like, it doesn't look like her at all.
Dead people don't often look very much like themselves. A lot of times, they if they're sick before they die, maybe they're bloated and various other
She was
things.
like incredibly thin and.
Or if they get into an accident, like it would have been difficult to have an open casket with my dad.
You couldn't. I don't know.
He wasn't that messed up looking when we stopped looking at him, but the paramedics came and told us that they had done a bunch of meowings and you better not look at him.
Whoa. That's so crazy.
But,
he didn't look like that when we saw him.
Right, well, I guess,
Jeez. And you didn't even have any blood on you. Right?
I didn't have blood on me?
No.
From what?
From his shot.
No, why would I have blood on me?
From the gun wound. Like, you were resuscitating him. Like,
well, I was pushing on his chest.
Yeah, so, like, I would think that.
Fashion. Pushing on his chest.
Because at that point, that we thought that. But I know. I'm sorry.
Dad,
and I feel.
I don't feel guilty about this part at all because I just didn't know what it meant. But my dad had hammered into me many times.
Oh, do not resuscitate.
Do not resuscitate, Eric.
Oh, interesting.
But I didn't get that pushing on the. I just didn't really think about what resuscitate meant. I just thought it was something that. I didn't think it was like, Eric, don't you resuscitate me. I thought it was like, Eric, make sure if the doctors want to resuscitate me, that you say no.
Yeah.
I didn't even think that what I was doing was resuscitation. I didn't. But it's like I knew as soon as when they said start doing that, I just knew it was pointless. I knew it was dead.
I know, and I think she was just keeping me on the phone to like do her job.
Mm-hmm.
until till the cops and the fire department came. What? Who came first? The fire department? Yeah, they tried to resuscitate him.
I mean, it's like, who's gonna? If it's just one of those things where like you can't be prepared for it because you can't possibly have any experience of it until you do, you know.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it was weird. That's for sure.
Yeah. I can remember it like vividly. Except I don't. There are parts where I'm like viewing you from a different angle. I remember looking at you and being like, "Wow, that's love." You were so concerned because we thought he had we thought he fell. We didn't know. We thought he fell. And you were so concerned. Um and I didn't know what to do until I called 911.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't touch the pick of the pistol either. We never saw it.
We never saw it. It's incredible. That's actually kind of
If I had seen it, would I have picked it up?
mm,
Maybe. I I wasn't thinking very clearly.
no, we weren't.
I wasn't like really.
We were in shock.
Yeah, I was pretty much in shock, I guess.
I was in shock. I was like shaking. And on the phone with 911 and then it was I left my phone outside or in the house or something. I think I left it outside and then someone put it in the house. Um and I kept on asking. I was like, "Can I get my phone? Can I get my phone?" But I didn't realize like it was a crime scene. They couldn't really I
Well,
couldn't.
at some point, they did go back and get me my cigarettes.
Yeah, they did. And they did get my phone
Oh,
too.
that's
Yeah,
nice though.
yeah. Oh no, no, maybe no. I didn't get my phone until we were able to go back.
At some point, the cops kind of collectively determined that we didn't kill him. But at first,
I
at
never.
first, there was dispute between the cops as to like whether or not we had killed him because I think the main reason was, well, how could they have not seen the gun?
Hmm. No, we didn't.
Yeah, because that's what the coroner said at the end was, he went in to get the medicine or something. Remember?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And he came. I guess he came out back and looked at the spot with us, and he said it's easy to see, unprompted by anything we said. He said it's easy to understand how you didn't see the gun. It could get lost in the shadows there
Oh.
easily. The fact that he said that unprompted by us suggests to me that the cops were talking to him about that point, which means that the ones who thought maybe we did kill him, that was probably what they were predicating their position on.
Hmm. I guess you have to be. Some of them have to be skeptical. Like I think some of the cops were like clearly like they didn't do it. Like because we were so flabbergasted. Like um and what our story didn't change at all. It was the same each time we talked to them.
I
One of
remember one cop didn't believe me when I said I thought it was a peacock because
I thought it was you.
because
Yeah,
what I meant was like I thought a peacock had knocked over a pot or
I
something.
thought the peacock. Sometimes when they go on the roof, they make a lot of noise. I actually like thought that your dad fell, and you were like, "Oh no, it was just a peacock," and I was like, "Oh." I was so relieved, and then you saw your dad.
Looks out of the feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when I told the cop I thought it was a peacock, what I meant was I thought a peacock could like knock something over, right? I didn't mean I thought it was the sound of a peacock just crowing,
Oh.
but I can see how the cop would be skeptical of me telling him I thought a gunshot was a peacock, right? Because I didn't explain what I meant very well. I just said I just thought it was a peacock. I will read up on MERS now. I think I've read they are moderate to liberal, not someone who will follow our administration's right wing policies. I don't think Trump's policies are very right wing. Trump's policies are Trumpish,
Yeah, they are.
It's like he's got his weird obsessions with his little things that he's obsessed with. I don't think of him as being really conservative or liberal, just kind of autocratic and populist. Don't you wonder because I do, what was he thinking the moment he told his finger to pull the trigger?
I don't think there's anywhere we can tell.
I know what he was thinking. He was thinking, well, I've checked off the last thing that was worth living for that now I've lost. So, see you later.
He put his glasses and fanny pack and I think one other thing on the living room coffee table, and he had just decided at some point in the day. I think he even got the mail.
No, it was 9 in the morning. Couldn't have gotten them out.
Okay, there was something. There was something that was done. That
Maybe
was,
the newspaper.
yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Hi, Glenn Wright.
And then I was like, it's me. I'm 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 such a terrible like person to him. Like
Both of us overestimate our own importance a lot, huh? Like,
I guess
maybe it's an FE thing. Like, when my aunt finally got through to me, like, she has a whole big family of people who are very close to her, like close relatives and stuff. She doesn't need Eric. She's not like over at her house, thinking, God, if only Eric would talk to me more.
No. My mom does. Hi, Show Media.
Well, he had always known that's how he was going to go out. He wanted to make sure he wasn't like stuck in a hospital bed on machines and stuff like that,
Yeah, he would have been. If he would have been in the hospital bed.
But most significantly of all, of course, he had lost my mother.
Yeah, that changed a lot of things.
And he, just like I need Rachel, Rachel needs me, he needed her. Something I didn't fully understand. It's like one area of guilt for me is that I didn't put myself in his shoes at all. I was bipolar.
I know, me too. I didn't either.
My whole life has always been so strong and kind of a dick and not needing any help and all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was still his identity to the very end.
Yeah.
So,
it's in the very end.
It's like that. That's just doubling my bipolar, like susceptibilities, because he's not actually giving me any explicit information about his feelings at any point, And the only way I could possibly feel for him, what he's feeling, would be to put myself in his shoes, which I intentionally am ill configured to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's like even in the aftermath of that experience, having learned a lot about how important it is to put myself in other people's shoes, I still don't think I ever do it really. I'm cautious from another angle, you know.
It's definitely not FI. It's true. I was thinking how FI polar can make me cry sometimes.
Baby, I actually don't think those instances are really bipolar.
Oh.
Like, the instance the other day was as I explained it. It was just, it's like, if I had meant it like you thought I meant it, that would be bipolar. But
No. Sometimes, like, other. Yeah, I agree. That wasn't FI polar. But you know, sometimes, like, a comment would be made because you're honest. And, I'll be like, man.
Well, I wish you'd treat me more informed about that if I do that, because I don't want to do that at all. I want to make sure that I'm kindly considerate to you at all times.
Thanks.
Go fucking eat, dude.
I know. Ironline says, I'm just listening. Your dad sounds like the typical man mind from his days where men were afraid to express any sort of weakness.
Well, yeah, I don't think my dad, he didn't have a lot of room in his life for weakness from when he was fairly young. His dad took off and he had to become the man of the family, you know?
Mm-hmm. That's not an easy task at all.
Well, you know, he's also an ESTJ, so he's just kind of tailor made to be that kind of man, too.
Luckily, yeah. Hi, everybody. I feel like I look very muted. The muteness in my tones are showing. It feels pretty good to talk about what happened.
It was funny that one time your mom and my dad talked. It was like they were so just. You could just film a little bit of that and just say, two ESTJs. Title is that, and you know pretty much everything you need to know about ESTJs.
Yeah.
Talking about timeshares and other kind of ESTJ stuff.
Yeah, like what my mom did for a living, I think.
Very like practical kind of.
Back and forth.
Yeah.
And then your dad gave her one of those that he used to do to Cameron. Yeah.
He liked TESI. He gave props to TESI.
He did, which is great. Not everyone does. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was fairly obvious that my dad would have been thrilled to have a son like Cameron, but.
Well, he did in a way.
Yeah, that's true. But you know what? My mom was thrilled to have a son like this.
Yeah! Eric and his mom were very close. They had a dual relationship. Hi, Ironline. That's not rude. You were just listening. There's a thing called the Barbara Streisand effect. I don't know what it means, but it's something. There's a Barbara Streisand effect.
Okay, I'm gonna get socks now to go put on my boots.
Mm. Cool. Thanks, Mrs. Mom. Gail says finally got no NeoVim configured. Forgot how to code Rust along the way, but I'll remember. That's good that you know that you remember. The term was coined by Mark Masnick after Barbara Streisand attempted in 2003 to suppress the publication of a photograph showing her clifftop residence. The Barbra Streisand effect, also known as the Streisand effect, is a phenomenon where an attempt to suppress a piece of information or to remove a photo actually makes it more widely known. Interesting. The man with the great machete says, the more loud you about a suspect, the more it spreads. Streisand, the more loud you are about a suspect, the more it spreads. NeoVim is a highly customizable text slash code editor. Rust is a low programming language I've been learning. Interesting. Rust can be a pain in the ass, but it pays off once it finally works. I would not be able to. I forget words all the time. So I feel for you. I don't know any kind of coding. I used to do coding, like simple coding, when I had a live journal back in the day, back in like 2002, 2000, yeah, 2002, 2003. I used to do like coding, but it was so basic, so basic. Um, I think I did a little coding on uh, MySpace, like with pictures. Um, but really like so basic. That's beyond me. Man with a great machete says, yeah, no Vim. Now let us conspire against Emacs users. Like Max? I have to upgrade my phone again. Eric said that I could get a new phone. Probably I'll get a new phone probably when the house sells, I'm guessing. I'm glad that you're happy that you checked out Neovim. Sorry, I keep on saying it wrong. My mind is working fast right now, and I don't read. Hero Lamb says, laughing my ass off. People would try super hard to get their MySpace profiles just how they wanted, like photo placement, music embeds, and shit like that. Yeah. Mine was so. I didn't do anything to my MySpace page except for um, under my likes, I had pictures of like movie pictures, a still of a movie picture, and then like a still of like my crush at the moment. So I had like a picture of Mike Messina under like favorite people. but I didn't, and I had the music too, but I didn't like do anything to the background or anything like that. Gail says having 5 windows of iTerm 2 hosting NeoVim is much easier on my Mac than 5 windows of VS Code. The Man with the Great Machete says that Rachel Strauss Emacs is an extensible, customizable, free slash Libre text editor and more. Whoa. I had no idea. Man with a Great Machete. Winston's mom says, Rachel, I've been reading Acacia's chart house by house. I'm digging into 8th and 9th house now. Do you know what planets are in your 8th and 9th? I don't have any houses. I don't have any planets in the 8th house. Only my south node. My south node is in my 8th house, but my 9th house is empty. My 8th house is Scorpio, and my my 8th house is Taurus, and my 9th house is, I think, Gemini. Lamb says some people's profiles were so bogged down with stuff it frees your comp. Yes, it would. I totally remember that. Oh my god, I love reminiscing about this shit. This is totally my jam. Gail says I'm starting with NV Chad. Might make my own config at a later date, but NV Chad will suffice for getting started. That's good to hear. Yeah. So the 9th house would be Sagittarius, right? Because whatever house it is, if you're Aries ascendant, Winston's mom says, so with empty houses, one uses the energy of the ruler. Oh, we must. Are you a Libra rising? Winston's mom's a Libra rising too. I think I have a stellium in my 4th house and my 2nd house.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
That's so loud. I'm Libra rising. Cool. Yeah, our houses are probably very similar. My point of fortune is not in the 9th house. I thought it was. It's I think it's in the 8th house because it's in Scorpio. I have a lot of Scorpio going on in my chart. Lim says, I think my Taurus is actually in the 7th, but there's different houses system you can use. Yeah, there is. It's true. Turn it off, darling. What do you mean? Kolesek Oik. Your stream? No. My north node is in my first house, Neptune in Scorpio. Interesting, Winston's mom. Gail says, if I remember correctly, I'm Virgo sun, Pisces moon, and Gemini rising. Winston's mom is a Gemini sun. My north node is in my first house, Libra, Neptune, Scorpio. It makes my south node Taurus. Your south node is whatever is the opposite of your north node. Do you know your north node? You're a heater? I better not touch you. I could get burned. Yeah, I think you got it on the nose, Winston's mom, on the nose. Gail says, what's a heater doing around in the summertime? It's not summertime yet. Don't rush spring. I'm enjoying the spring. I don't want to rush it. Summer's right around the corner, but I don't want to rush it. Sorry to hear that, Coles. Hate is such a strong word. I say it a lot, though, too. Gail says, me neither. Unfortunately, down by SAC, we might get heat up in the 90s next week. Oh, wow. Man with a great machete says, that's how the man climbing the mountain Rushmore. Hero Lamb says, yeah, it would be in 7th house, the south node. Gail, Winston's mom says, Gail, the innocent with the soul of a dreamer and the mask you wear in public is that of a gypsy, earth, water, air. Hero Lamb says 6 signs away from north would be south. Maybe you would be driven to like sensual stuff like fabrics and fragrance. Me, or Winston's mom. Winston's mom, if her north node is in the 7th house, that's the partnership house. That's where your natural partner is. Currently it's 85 degrees. Oh no. No. Okay, good. South node is who you were in a previous life. I know it well, so the idea is to learn the north node in this lifetime. So my north node is in Taurus, and I don't have any retrograde planets except for my nodes. My north node and my south node are retrograde. And they're in the opposite houses. So like I have Scorpio in the second house and Taurus in the eighth. Yeah, if it's Libras versus, yeah, you're talking about Winston's mom. Hieronymus says, look to the ruler of Libra in the chart, what sign Venus is in and what house. So my how ruler the ruler of is Venus, and I have Venus in Pisces in the sixth house. I just checked my south node is in Taurus, Scorpio's opposing sign. Gail says, I can't tell if this noise from fans is more distracting or if the heat is more distracting. Aww. I can't do smoke vape O's with the air current. Sorry to hear that. Winston's mom said this position can give the tendency to be overly self-reliant. Hierolam says it probably just means a person who is good with sensual stuff. For Winston's mom, Hierolam. Maybe the lesson could be you were self-reliant before and sensual. Now you can give to others those gifts of sensuality or style, etc. Libra. Since my Venus is in the sixth house, it says that I should meet someone at work. I do work with Eric, so our cat gives off king/royal vibes. He's the one running the household. Oh yeah, that's trouble. Here, I'll show you. He runs the house. He thinks he runs the house. I try to set boundaries with him. That guy over there. He thinks he runs the house, but I'm still his mother. And he can't be abusive towards his sister. And he likes to play rough, or they just don't like each other. He likes to dominate spaces. He doesn't like Capio to be in it. The man with the great machete says, Winston's mom, that sounds INTJ-ish, but I can see nothing wrong with that. Hierolam says, it may help to think of South Node as your comfort zone, and North Node is what will develop into or should evolve into as your life path here now. Gail says his name is Cloud, and we believe he's a Russian blue. Ah. Comfort zones come from past lives. South Node says here I am. That's why it feels normal and comfy. So the occult and mysticism and keeping quiet and being mysterious and dark is what I'm comfortable in. But I should be more sensual, more like the Empress card. I do like my black clothes, which is like totally impractical in California. I can't help it though. It's really nice to be able to wear like whatever lip color and eye shade if I do it. Winston's mom says, at the man with the great machete, the air signs in my chart form a grand trine with sensors. I look for earth elements. I have a lot of earth elements. Eric does too. I think we're both dominant earth. Eric has a lot of Capricorn in his chart. I forget what his second most is. My second most is water. I'm earth and water dominant. Gail says, I've seen a ghost that was confirmed to be seen by others. Whoa. In the same house of the treatment center I was in. Also had a vision of my first hospitalization about an hour before it all went down. Wow. So you're clairvoyant. You see things. I want to see what Eric's up to. Doesn't happen often. Most of my visions are random things like frogs, snakes, or centipedes. Sometimes that means stuff too, though. Winston's mom says, I can expect to see water in an NF chart. That's funny, Winston's mom. Air for NT makes sense. But Eric is earth and fire, I think, is second. I don't know. Let me see. I have the chart on my phone. You know there ain't nothing funky about you. Okay, so let's see. If you're ever interested in getting a report on your compatibility with someone or on yourself, Astro Theme really gets it done. So yeah, so Eric is 56.3% earth and then 24.6% fire. So he's second fire. Then third is air at 12.6% and water is 6.5%. And that kind of clocks too. It's true. More subtle outlines, but my true visions are in full color. Yeah, that's clairvoyance. That's cool. They say that clairvoyance Oh no. I don't know. They label the clairs as masculine or feminine, but what I think they're whatever. I want to see what Eric is up to. My my chart is is this mine? Yeah. My 4 elements are earth 35.9%, water 35.8%, fire 14.8%, and air 13.5%. So Winston's mom says earth is sensation, fire is intuition, air is logos, thinking nature, water is feelings, air is nurture. Eric's dominant planets are Mars, Saturn, and Jupiter. And mine are Mercury, Venus, and Neptune. I've had Spotify Shuffle seemingly try to communicate with me as if some sort of spirit was altering the probability of what songs came on to mess with me. Well, sometimes the phone listens, like the app is listening. Some like apps have the microphone on. You can turn it off though. Carl Jung is known for making that statement. My evenings are taken up very largely with astrology. I make horoscopic calculations in order to find the clues to the core of psychological truth. Well, luckily I have like Eric to ground me. Unless can detect the tiny movements of my tongue, then I doubt it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's weird. Oh, you weren't mentioning the songs, just thinking them. That's cool. All right, I want to go see where Eric is. Let's go on a little trip. Eric? Why is that door open? Do you want a headband?
Oh,
Sorry. Sorry.
Oh, I love the headband.
Okay.
I don't know where I left it.
Okay, I have a second one.
I don't want to take more than one headband, so.
If I could find it, then
Yeah.
you'll take it. Okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So the chicken wire was not helpful, at least here. I think it might be on the deep pools, but with this, actually it's a little easier without the chicken wire.
Where could that headband be?
Probably in the living room somewhere. Thanks. Starting to make progress.
Here you go.
Oh, thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
You're a real lifesaver.
Aw, thanks. Well, okay, so Virgo Sun means your general outlook on life is pretty practical. It's ruled by Mercury, so it's a thinking kind of sign. You might like to talk with people, you know, like a little gab here and there. You might be a little bit perfectionistic too. Pisces moon is you're in tune with your emotions. And your emotions vary from up and down because like the water and the fish like flows up and down. You might be very sentimental about people and things and situations and yourself mostly. And Gemini rising people, you might be a chatter and again be very mental because Gemini is ruled by air. You could have two sides of yourself that you show to the public. You're either loved or hated.
Or people feel indifferent about you.
Or people feel indifferent about you, exactly. The man with the gray machete says, as far as I know, Libra Sun, Aries Moon, Sagittarius Rising. Mrs. Mom says the Gemini is the messenger. You skim on the surface. Of understanding here. Your Gemini self will arise later in life. Thanks, Winston's mom.
Okay. I'm making a little progress. This is going to require a lot more cement.
Gail says, gonna head out for a bit. I'll probably be back soon.
Who said that?
Gail. Mrs. Mom says, at the man with a great machete, you are a diplomat and a judge with the soul of a warrior. And the mask you wear in public is that of a philosopher. An astrologer I used to follow on YouTube said that we actually should pay attention to our rising signs the most. I don't know why she said that. I forget. She said she has some reason for it, but
Oh.
do you want some water?
A lot of squatting involved in this activity.
Would you like some water?
No thanks. I have a little bit of water here, plus a cup of coffee.
Okay. Bye, Gail. Air and fire are natural friends. Winston's mom says, Rachel, our rising signs are more important in esoteric astrology. I lean to thinking our rising signs are more important after our second Saturn returns. Interesting. The man with the great machete says, fire's crazy, yes.
That's so much easier than hand stirring it.
That's good.
Yeah.
Winston's mom says Stephen Arroyo was one of the first astrologers to link Jung's psychology of archetypes and astrology, as well as Jung's theory of psychological types and the 4 astrological elements. You're doing great.
Thanks. That's too bad I broke the handle of this.
Oh,
Okay.
that's too bad.
I'll get a bucket next time I go to the hardware store.
Okay.
A real bucket for me.
Johnny Doe says, yo, long time. Winston's mom says, copy, be right back.
Hi, who is it again?
Johnny Doe.
Johnny Joe. Hi, Johnny Joe. How are you doing? I hope you're doing impossibly well.
I'm the director right now. Or the camera person. I don't know. I guess the director, yeah. Getting the shot.
You produce, direct, star, do all the camera work, and all the scoring for the movie.
Whoa.
You're a complete package, Rachel.
I hope I'm like on the cover on some magazine.
Oh, you will be soon enough. Star power like yours can't stay hidden forever.
I feel the same about you.
Thanks, darling. But, you know, I've been spending quite a few years now proving you wrong about that.
Wait, what?
But I've been spending quite a few years now proving you wrong about that. You know, by not becoming famous.
I know, but I feel like I don't know how. Because, like, you'd be perfect for it.
Yeah, I am well suited to be famous. I want to be famous. It wouldn't cause problems for me because I'm old enough to be famous.
Yeah.
I'm wise enough, etc. But you know, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a lot of candy and nuts.
Oh, the high hip syndrome.
Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous. Okay, well, that'll do for now.
Johnny Doe asks, how much elevation is Mariposa?
Our house is about 4,100 feet.
Yeah, Mariposa is not.
As tall, as high up as our house.
Yeah. Like, proper, I guess.
Okay.
Must be like 4K at least. Yeah.
Our house is about that, 4,100.
Yeah, you were right, Johnny Doe. He's making a pond.
Okay. That is going to be about enough for today because I do have a little more concrete, but it's enough for right now. Okay. Okay. I put this piece of chicken wire down here where I may end up using it. I didn't end up using it here, but that's fine. Take the rest of the chicken wire. We also get all these little screwdrivers that I was using as spikes. Okay. Okay. We're gonna get these screwdrivers and this chicken wire. Put them in the garage. Whew. Okay. Put that right there. Put these in here. This has been sitting out overnight and all day, but I'm going to drink it anyway. I think it's fine. Whew. Not much, hero. What's up with you, Sonny? Little one? I got lots of good flat rocks in the back of the little car here. I went out the other day and got these from the wilderness. So I'm not going to run out of flat rocks anytime right away, but I probably will have to go get more before I'm done. Of course, as I go along in this project, I'm sure I'm going to get better at it. So much so that I may end up having to like redo the original part because I'm unhappy with how shitty it is or something. That's kind of a textbook Eric move. I just figure things out as I go. I'm not that TE capable. All right, so let's give a listen to the new song, still in progress, not done yet. I Am a Gorgeous Woman, T. Newstrom. That's why in my high school yearbook I was voted most likely to win a beauty pageant. All right, let's give this a listen and see how it sounds in its current state. Oh, wait.
The camera's face. Yeah, you see it.
Yeah. In the beginning, God made the funk. The ghost was raiding with the angels, nuns, and monks. But there ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. But there ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. But there ain't nothing funky about your version of God. When God's child was born, 3 wise men came and brought with them gold, frankincense, a DJ, and cocaine. But there ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. Ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God. Pretty well put together. It needs to be mixed a little differently. Like I think the vocals need to be up a little higher in the mix, but it it's like it sounds different on these speakers than it does on the TV speakers.
It sounds good.
Thanks. Pretty pleased with it. nice and clean. You know, it takes a long time for me to get things clean. Because what clean means is like every note is right on the beat. Because I'm not that good of a player, right? When I'm playing the instrument, my rhythm's not that perfect. I'm not metronomic, you know. And if shit is a little bit off the beat, well, it starts sounding messy very quickly. You gotta clean all that shit up, go note by note. So it's like the most laborious part of this is done. What's my version of God? My version of God is real God, the one who wants us to be happy and have fun and not be Karens all the time. Unlike that guy A Witness who thinks, oh, you're not a real Christian because you smoke pot. Fuck off. Like, you know my relationship with God. How ridiculous. So he got himself schooled in song form. My point would be this. If God didn't side with me on the issue, he wouldn't have provided me such a great song. The great bass line is what really makes it. There's actually two, there's one great bass line and one good bass line. Thanks, Winston's mom. I redid all the vocals and they're clean too. I want to get some Rachel vocals.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get rid of some of the extra instrumentation, or at least take off some of the reverbiness from it. Each to their own son. God provided us with nature, so we must inhale it. Good point, hero.
That's a good point.
God handed me a lighter, a bong, and some weed. And he left it up to me to figure out what to do with it. He has a lot of faith in me. He believes that I can smoke things. And he's right. I can, will, and do smoke things. What do you smoke, Eric? What do you got? What do you got?
Don't we joke that God is an ESTJ?
Yeah, but he's been rendered into a whole God by the Trinity. So that's Old Testament God. He used to be an ESTJ.
So all the stories in the past, that's...
Yeah, the thing is, once the Trinity came into being, then God is just like, okay, well, now I'm fully realized. I'm not just an ESTJ. I've also got Jesus, who's got a moral compass, unlike God, apparently. You know, I'm like an Old Testament God.
Yeah, for real. And in this, is Jesus an INFJ?
Yeah, I'd say yeah.
Okay.
And the Holy Ghost, well, he's the one who delivered that song to me, that bass line. That's how people get good bass lines. The Holy Ghost brings them.
Oh my gosh, you're clairaudient.
He's the stork of music. If you make your music yourself, it's shitty. It's like if you try to make a baby out of meat and blood, it's not gonna work.
No.
It has to be delivered by the stork. Well, you know, Asian cultures refer to, and I noticed it spread quite a bit to just everybody, kind of, or young people in general. They call older people of their community, like a Chinese kid will call any older Chinese woman auntie, or any older Chinese man unc, and that's become fairly commonplace with young people now. It's kind of it was a necessary thing, right? It's like people want to somehow make acknowledgement of the fact that you're a lot older than me, but they don't want to do it in a rude way. But in my mind, it doesn't make any difference at all how old I am. But I mean, it makes a difference for me. I'm a lot better now than I used to be as a human being. Like just wiser, better decision making, fewer problems, etc. But that's just because that's me. Other people may be 20 years old and be, you know, highly advanced in areas where I'm still an infant, because cognitive functions are much more definitive of people's nature than age. It's a dogma reference for people wondering. Oh, so you mean they're cueing you that they're younger? That's another way of looking at it, rather than cueing me that I'm older. Wakapono for religion was introduced by missionaries. Wakapono also means faith and trust. Wakapono, huh? Well, what if I don't want a Wakapono? So we're not going to make it back to the hardware store today. When we get back to town, maybe, well, it's not going to be till Monday now.
Yeah.
It may be the hardware store is open on Saturday and has some kind of cement. I'll call them. But, it's pronounced fucker porna? I don't understand how Pono could be pronounced fucker porna. I get the porna part, but where does the fucker come from? This headband has really done its duty. It is soaked through with sweat.
Good.
Pono means true. Well, Ono means family. So Pono Ono is true family.
There's a movie called Ponyo.
Ponyo with a thing over the end?
Oh, maybe it had a Y. It might have had a Y in it, actually.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be the other way it'd be pronounced Ponyo.
Yeah.
I gotta take a quick shower. I'm just too sweaty to not take a shower.
Could we go in there with you?
Sure. You just have to point the camera away from my nude body.
No, it'll definitely be on me.
Because what I don't want to do is drive the people of the world mad with lust.
Because there ain't nothing but this stupid version of God.
Meow. You want the footstool?
Sure. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. There you go. I'm just gonna rinse this in the sink and wring it out and have it available hanging in here for next time I need it.
Okay, cool. Good place for it.
Yeah, just hang it right here.
Wow, perfect.
That way you can't reach it.
Yeah, that's how you know it's an Eric headband. Hello. So, summer palettes. Summer palettes. I have been researching and questioning on ChatGPT about my seasonal color palette, and it keeps on saying that I'm a soft summer.
Soft summer, looking my way. It's soft as summer every day. Soft summer, your face is soft like the summer. What am I, you think, Rachel?
Some sort of autumn.
I'm a fierce autumn. Oh, these are the broken ones. I'm a turgid autumn.
A turgid autumn.
Yeah. Which means swollen and slow moving. Slow moving.
So what colors go along with that?
Mud. Like soot. And dirt.
Well, mud and dirt are kind of the same thing.
Ooh, but mud, you're ignoring the gloss factor, Rachel.
That's true.
Mud is much glossier than dirt. Much glossier.
I see. I'm sorry. I forgot about that.
Yeah. If you want to go around just wearing all dirt on your face, go for it. But me, I like to bring a little gloss into my equation.
And I like the gloss too. Ireland says correction. Tawhiri Mati is our god of wind. Tumta Uenjaga is the god of war, and Maori in Maori mythology. I never knew. I never have heard of that before. Aaron Christian says, a soft summer, a slight breeze, and a faint smiling sun. Yeah, I guess it is sort of like that. Thanks. I mean, I'm gonna still... I'll keep my palette in mind, I guess, when I go shopping, but if there's something black, except for like summer clothes, I do have some dresses that are black, that are like short sleeves and stuff, but it gets hot, so I try not to wear black in the summer. But still, I can't help it. Like, it's spring now and I'm wearing this black dress. Eric is an autumn because he has peachy skin. He tans rather than burns. And he has red in his hair.
A lot of people didn't know that, but I'm a redhead.
Actually, you're technically a blonde, right?
I mean, I was when I was a little kid.
Yeah. What time, like, age did it turn, like, darker?
Well, maybe like 10 or 11 or something.
That makes sense. Nice.
Thanks.
I'll put this on the list.
Yeah, we do need more toothpaste.
Yeah. We need more toothpaste, more toilet paper.
We need more frozen dinners.
More frozen dinners? Okay.
I could make though for dinner tonight. I can make mac and cheese.
Okay.
That sounds pretty good.
That does. I think the lipstick that I have on now is a little bit too warm for me. I'm more muted. But I'll have to do for now. Mercury and Mars at Ireland, air and fire, masculine energies. I think I'm Mercury dominant because I have a lot of good aspects to my Mercury. Yes, I believe French grays, yeah, would be. I believe. What, I mean, how would you, is it more like blue rather than like, God, it's hard to describe it, a warm gray. Pine, Louis T. Poe, a great woman of the night, underworld, good godness. I think she's chill, going to try and hang out. Cool. Reading, soft summers, generally look good in both gold and silver. That is true about me. The specific type of gold and silver matters. Soft summers have cool, neutral undertones. That's what ChatGPT keeps on saying. So they should avoid very warm or bright gold, and silver can clash them out. Instead, they should go for cooler gold and silver as well as rose gold. Bluish gray is definitely the French grays are colors I like in interior design. Sort of goes to a muted color wash blue. Yeah, that would be good for soft summers. That suggests blue and green and somehow not gray. Well, the green part might be a problem. But the a blue gray, and if it's muted, is definitely soft summer color. Does it clap back? Like this? I clap back, yeah. Sometimes I do. But I know what clapback you mean, and I'm not sharing that information. look like groomens. Let me get a trim. Eric's taking a good shower. He's taking care of himself well. SI is taking place at this moment. It looks like he's learned well. Is it time for, should I go out of all good, says 310 man Ruth. All good is right.
Is 310 man Ruth from the 310?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know, maybe. 42 Commando says hi from England, Great Britain.
What's our area code? 209?
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have any 209 phone, but
No.
the area code of Mariposa is 209.
Yeah.
We're repping the 209. Even though my phone insists on repping the 626.
United Kingdom. Sorry, my bad, 42 Commando. Of course, the United Kingdom. I couldn't think of the name.
We can thus conclude that he is not from Northern Ireland. Or regular. No, he might be.
Not from
he's
regular
not from regular
Ireland. Yeah.
Not from regular Ireland. That's not part of the United Kingdom.
Kappa Haka is a dance used by Maori warriors to intimidate intruders.
I'm familiar with that dance because the Hawaii team that had Colt Brennan on it, like 20 years ago or something, they used to do that dance before their games. They went undefeated in the regular season and they got blown out in a BCS bowl.
Really?
Yeah.
I am okay. Thanks for asking, 42 Commando. I am thinking about grabbing this towel, paper towel, and taking off this lipstick because I think it's too warm for me. Warm leaning mauve. It's not really mauve. It's more of like a berry. It's pretty, but
That gives me a good idea for a product, Rachel.
What?
I want to make some lipstick that's got habanero pepper juice in it, and it causes the lady's lips to be plumper.
You want habanero and specifically?
Or just any kind of super hot chili sauce, right? Put it in with the lipstick, and it's plumping lipstick.
It will do that.
By causing them to be on fire.
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, people do that already.
Don't you think women would totally buy that?
Yes, they already do buy stuff like that.
Ridiculous. They're going to make this product more painful. And there'll be a huge demand for it.
Yeah.
Like the cruel shoes, you know?
The cruel shoes? I do know.
I wrote a book called Cruel Shoes, and the Situary story in it is called Cruel Shoes. They're all very little short stories, like 1 page long. And it's about a woman who goes and tries on all the different pairs of shoes they have in the shoe store. And is not satisfied. And the shoe salesman says, well, we do have one pair left. But, what? they're the cruel shoes. Just bring them to me. And they're all like crooked and have things jab into her foot and just horrible. And she's like, I'll take them.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny. Hey, Keisha.
Acacia, are you interested in buying my new product? Hot pepper lipstick.
Hot pepper lipsticks, everyone.
But it's not called that, it's called plumping lipstick. It plumps your lips.
They already have plumping lipsticks. You're gonna
But
have to.
but does it plump that does it use that mechanism to plump?
No, I don't think. I don't know.
I bet I can get better plumpage with hot peppers on your lips than they get currently with whatever plumping technology they have.
You won't be able to trademark lip plumper.
Oh, I won't trademark lip plumper. I'll trademark plip blumper. Plip bumper is the absolute best form of lip plumper.
I mean, it would go under the umbrella of lip plumper, what you're talking about.
But this could say, chemically activated lip plumping.
Chemically activated.
Mm-hmm.
Some people like that.
Because
I'm more of a natural person.
Because hot pepper, like liquid, is a chemical of some kind, I'm sure. How about you can feel it working?
That's good.
Mm-hmm. You can. You're in agony, but your lips are getting plumper by the minute. You know what? Forget the habanero stuff. I'm going to create a lipstick that when you turn it out like that, it puts out red ants onto your lips.
Even better.
And the red ants can just bite your lips and they'll get, with all natural red ants, biting red. That's the name of the lipstick, Biting Red.
Biting Red?
Yeah. And it's half lipstick and half live red ants. I love my beautiful long hair too. It's not that long at the moment.
Not anymore.
But, it's still beautiful. If you don't want to buy my Biting Red lipstick to plump your lips up, then can I interest you in purchasing some Spreem? Spreem is the world's only all-natural, cruelty-free, vegan sperm oil. But what do I need sperm oil for, you're asking? It's the thing with 1,000 uses. It's like baking soda. And what can't you do with sperm oil?
Acacia, I would say that gals it goes either way. Either they are more into natural stuff or they are more into the plastic stuff. Like, there are plenty of women who get filler and tummy tucks and boob jobs and I think it's like half and half.
I think for my makeup products, they're gonna not be cruelty free, but they're only gonna be tested on one animal.
Will that animal be like?
Well, it depends.
Star.
It depends, really. Sometimes the product gets tested on like just a lone, like panda bear, right?
Okay.
Other times, it just gets tested on like a potato bug.
Okay.
But the point is, you only get one try of testing. That way, it's not cruelty free, but it's cruelty fair.
Cruelty fair.
Yeah. Lip Spreem. I mean, Lip Spreem is an instant hit. Okay, Shay. I can tell you right now.
That would be.
It's probably the #1 application format for Spreem because you can put it on a little tube, squeeze it out like that. Blistex is it called?
Mm-hmm.
Squeeze it out like Blistex, and put a little bit of Supreme on your
Or
lips.
Aquaphor.
Maybe. The only problem with Supreme is it tastes exactly like cum.
Oh, that is a problem.
So, pipe in hot lip plumper. I imagine Supreme being like some scientist messing around with some stuff, and one of them makes something, and they're like, "Oh my god, that looks and smells exactly like cum." They do. Oh, it tastes like cum. And they're like, "What can we do with this?" They look at each other, eyes meet, eyes lock. They both say at the same time, "Spring," and that's where Spring came from.
That's what Spring came from?
Yeah, scientists testing non-animal products together, mixing things together, and it turns out if you mix a little bit of soy sauce with some ayahuasca leaves and stuff, you get Spring.
So is there a chance of vomiting, like with ayahuasca?
Don't eat the Spring, Rachel. It's not for internal consumption.
Oh, that's good to know. I didn't know that.
It's just like oil of Olay. You don't eat your oil of Olay.
Sorry, that's true. I wasn't really.
You should always wear gloves when using Spring,
Okay.
even to apply to your own face, because you don't want to get it on your hands.
Oh.
It's sticky. Very, very sticky.
And there's this. I was looking on Sephora, and there's this like brand that are coming out with like makeup sticks, like so they're like multi-purpose lip, cheek, and eyes, but one of the colors can't be used on the eyes. I was like, why?
Or there's some planetary system in some game named Spring, apparently. They
Really?
stole the name from real Spring, okay?
Yeah, they did. They definitely did.
Yeah, real Spring existed in the ether before they stole the name.
Oh, Acacia, you now know currently someone who would nibble chapstick. Cherry chapstick would be nibbled. My mom loved chapstick brand chapstick, and she stopped buying like the flavored ones because we would nibble on them.
When I was in middle school, I had quite a Vicks inhaler habit.
Oh, that's understandable.
I was just like, somehow, even then, I knew I wanted to just snort something.
Yeah.
What do I key into? Something about something that Man with a Great Machete said. I will look.
Supreme copyright.
Oh, Supreme copyright? Wow. I mean, obviously, I own copyright and trademark to Supreme, regardless of what anybody else says. Okay, we don't need to get stoned to watch a movie. We just generally will be smoking pot the whole time anyway.
I have to not want to watch YouTube. To focus on a movie. I have to put my phone away because I get distracted.
Okay, I'm gonna make macaroni and cheese now.
Okay.
take the people?
Sure.
We can teach them how to make macaroni and cheese.
Yeah.
As usual, you people are in need of some lessons. Because you don't know how to do anything. Fortunately, I'm here to teach you. Well, okay, fine. I will go get an extension cord. Just chill out. Oh, I took that extension cord back. It's non-stop heartache and struggle for me. Okay, I got it. I got the extension cord. I'm going to plug this into here as per me. Then we'll plug this into here as per meow. And then we'll wrap this around here as per meow. And we're good to go. Okay, look at this excitement. Ready to start cooking. What have we got in store? We've got the most exciting, wonderful episode of a cooking show you've ever seen in your entire life. It's called Cooking Easy with Eric Squeezy. That's my stage name. All right, so the first step to making the macaroni and cheese, you get at your pot here. I've got this pot right here. And you get at your box of Kraft macaroni and cheese. Don't get off-brand mac and cheese. Mac and cheese is cheap enough that there's not really any good reason to get off-brand. Now, we're going to put in the requisite 6 cups of water. I know from experience this requires 6 cups of water according to the instructions. And I'm a person who just loves following instructions. So 6 cups of water it is. That's 2 cups of water. We're going to be counting by 2s, so don't let that confuse you. This will be 4 cups of water. I don't mind if we have a little bit more than 6 cups of water. So if I go a little over 2 cups per thing, that's fine. And voila, we're done. 6 cups of water. Alright. Now we're going to bring this water to a boil. To make it boil faster, I'm going to put the lid on. Meanwhile, I'm going to cook up some Spam. I don't know if Rachel's going to eat it, but I'm going to make her a piece or two anyway. If she doesn't eat it, that's fine. I think Spam goes well with mac and cheese. You've never had Spam?
No, not really, no.
Oh. Well, I'll make you a piece to try at least. And if you don't like it, you just throw it away.
I don't want it in my mac and cheese.
I'm not putting it in the mac and cheese. I'm making it separately. Spam, 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 spam. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so we've got the Spam out. Let me get you a better angle of attack here. I think you can manage a better view if you are positioned differently. There. Isn't that better? Let's take a look at this span here. First we're going to push it over on its side. And we're going to make some cuts. Pyow. 1 piece of span. Pyow. 2 pieces of span. Pyow. 3 pieces of span. I don't think Rachel's going to want 2 pieces. So I'm just going to make her 1 piece. The rest of the span can go in this. And I just have to either use the rest of the span the next couple of days or just toss it. But I think there's a decent chance I'll use it, so I'll put it in the fridge. It's all wrapped up, ready for refrigeration. While I'm in the fridge, I'll throw away this old corn. Okay, now we're going to get this pan. This pan features some delicious bacon grease in it from like 2 nights ago or something, so it's still fine. I'm going to use that to fry up this spam in. But to lighten the flavors, I think I'll put some white wine in here too. We'll let that come to a boil as well. Then we'll put the spam in, the winey, greasy pan, and we'll know the true meaning of deliciousness finally for the first time forever without stopping. So let's take a peek at the old water. Still not boiling. Unsurprising. Takes a little longer than that for water to boil, especially when you're at a little bit of elevation. Like if the cabin weren't pressurized and you were flying at 30,000 feet and you tried to boil water, you would have a lot of trouble boiling it. Of course, you also have a lot of trouble breathing, but that's not the point that I'm drawing attention to here. This is going to be a little something I call Fantastico. Right. These are ready for placement now. Come here, Mr. Spam. You slippery devil, you. Okay. Now we're going to wash the spam cutting plate. Good enough. I didn't really dirty it at all. Okay, now we're going to open this. Stella Artois 0.0. It's good. Not my favorite, but it's good. Alright, let's take a gander at the old cooking process. Let's see, what do we see in here? Oh my gosh, what's happening? Well, using the power of fire, I'm heating those pieces of meat up. Now, last time I used those tongs there, but I had a little trouble managing it, so I'm going to use this to flip it. Okay, I'm going to clean up that little bit of mess I made. Let's see if this is boiling yet. It is not, but almost. Alright, so now let's get ready the ingredients that we're going to need for the mac and cheese. You just have it prepared for when it's time. It's not time yet, but we're going to need milk and butter. Got a butter right here. Got some milk right here. Now, I think I need half a stick of butter. 4 tablespoons. Yeah, that's half a stick. Okay, so one, two, three, 4. Is this 4 tablespoons or is this 4 tablespoons? They're different sizes. I guess this is 4 tablespoons. I'm not sure. Okay, let me get my glasses. Okay, so 5, 6, 7, 8. This is 4 tablespoons. But it's because the first tablespoon, I guess there are 9 tablespoons in a stick of butter? There shouldn't be 9 tablespoons in a stick of butter. They just misaligned the wrapping thing. Oh. Now I have 4.5 and 3.5. I guess I'll use a 4.5. But I'll cut this a little bit off the end here. Okay, now I've got 4 tablespoons. This water is now boiling. We can finally put in the macaroni. We'll put that in with our pudding hands as permit. Gotta stir this up with this spoon so that the macaronis don't stick together in order to stick to the bottom of the pan. Put the timer on here for I think 8 minutes if I remember correctly. Yeah, 8 minutes. And we'll get the milk ready in a second, but it looks like these spams are done. Pretty well done anyway, not quite well done. I'll let them go a while. It's hard to overcook spam. So, stir these up a bit more. Now we're going to pour a 1/4 cup of milk. This is a 1/4 cup. But I'm gonna use this half cup to fill a quarter cup of milk because that way I won't spill it. I'll just do half of a half cup, by virtue of eyeballing. I'm not an expert eyeballer, but I figure I can do about half of a half cup. There. It's Studio by L'Oreal. Studio. Alright, the spam's done. So, I'm just gonna put the spam one other little teeny bowl like this. I'll give Rachel one spam in this bowl. And then I guess I'll get myself a plate. I'll put my mac and cheese and my spam on the plate. Rachel will get 2 bowls. Now, this is done. I'm going to wait for it to cool a little bit, and then I want to empty out that grease into the trash can. Not the trash compactor. Although I could. That's got a trash bag in it, but I want to pour that into the regular trash can, I think. So, I'm going to put a little bit of water on the outside of this to cool it down a bit. Okay, let's take this over to the trash can. And let's take a water paper towel for this. Alright, Capito, watch out. Daddy's carrying hot grease. There we go. Okay. Done getting rid of that grease. And you put the milk away, the extra butter away. Okay. Now, milk goes away. Next, I'm going to stir this again. I'm going to wipe the remaining bits of grease out of this pan. And I'll wash it in the sink. This is clean and dry. You can go in there. Now I'm going to need to get this out to strain the macaroni. Set it on top of that one so that it doesn't touch the bottom of the sink. This butter needs to have its wrapper taken off. And probably would additionally not hurt to cut it into some smaller slices so that it melts faster. I'm going to do that. I'll just do it the cut, 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 and cut. Now instead of one piece of butter, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces of butter. Okay. Butter goes in. And milk goes in. Uh-oh. That's fine. And orange powder goes in. And we're just going to do a little bit of industrious stirring. And you can really just see your mac and cheese coming together here. Going from something that looks like food to this crazy orange stuff. You gotta keep stirring until all the butter's melted. That's why it's a good idea to cut your butter into more than one piece. Otherwise, you just sit here stirring forever. Okay. I declare that mac and cheese done. So, now let's get a scooper. I'm going to give Rachel a plate too. The only difference is I'm going to put her thing in here like this, you know. So it doesn't get on her mac and cheese. Now, we're going to put this in the sink to soak. But before we do that, I'm going to take the pasta strainer out of the sink. Rinse it. Get the pasta juice off of it. And then, I'm going to put this in here. Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's put a little bit of pepper on these. Because it doesn't really count as mac and cheese if it doesn't have a little pepper on it. Okay. Couple of forks. In case you want to cut hers down with a knife, that's fine. Take these over here.
Thank you.
You want me to clean the table up here?
Sure. Thank you. I have to try to stand first.
Do you want a new drink?
Yeah, that'd be great.
What kind of drink do you want? What's that? Okay. Not a problem, darling. We'll just have to get more of those. Maybe tomorrow. Alright. Couple paper towels. Always come in handy. My drink. I brought the volume here for some reason. I'm not sure why. Oh. In the way kitty is always in the way.
No, and then I stepped on him last night. Did you hear?
No.
He hissed at me.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I didn't see him. I couldn't see him, you know?
I know. He it's like on one level I guess it means he trusts us a lot, but another level I feel like he's just trying to establish dominance.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's have some delicious dinner.
It's good.
Spam?
Mm-hmm.
It's good with mac and cheese.
Yeah, totally.
It basically tastes like hot dogs, you know?
Yeah. I could see how it would go good with eggs.
It goes good with fried rice, too. But
I could see that as well.
then you just cut into little pieces, you probably think it's ham, you know?
Yeah.
Something tells me I'm eating dinner now. Because, like, just mac and cheese is fantastic, but it feels to me a little short of a meal. Whereas, if you add spam, then you got a meal. Yeah, it might be influenced by other people, but you know, I have some early memories, but not really anything before 3 years old, I don't think. This is surprisingly just so satisfying.
It really is.
It's like, that's not fancy dining by any stretch of the imagination, but it sure is satisfying. My body is thanking me for feeding it.
Mine too.
Okay. I didn't start out with it because I wasn't sure if I was going to want it with the spam, but I do. It's time to go put some ketchup on my mac and cheese. Some people think putting ketchup on your mac and cheese is like one of those super gross things, like putting mayonnaise on a hot dog. I would say that ketchup on mac and cheese is a little more normal than mayonnaise on a hot dog. Come on, move, kid. Now, I'm not saying mayonnaise on a hot dog is necessarily gross. I've never had mayonnaise on a hot dog before, so I can't say for sure. But it seems like mac and cheese with ketchup on it seems much more normal than a hot dog with mayonnaise on it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, definitely. I don't want a hot dog with mayonnaise on it.
I got a pretty good amount of sleep last night. Maybe like 7 hours or something, 6 hours. I'm not sure exactly, but mac and cheese and salsa is good too. Yeah, you know, pepperoni sauce on mac and cheese would be great, I think, but I didn't think about that until you said that. Hi, Heather P.
Hey, Heather P.
Ketchup and mayonnaise mixed together does qualify as a sauce for some people, but the only place I like ketchup and mayo mixed together is on a hamburger. For some reason, mayonnaise on a hamburger is quite good.
It is.
Do you think it's hot in here?
Maybe a little.
Let's go look at the thermostat. I'll be right back. Well, is it hot in here? No. It's 68.
No, it's just you.
This is our standard temperature. 68 is me and Rachel's standard temperature. Of late, we haven't had to use much climate control to keep it around that.
No.
But once we get into summer, it does get pretty hot up here.
It does.
And yeah, our house is pretty well insulated, but we'll end up using the air conditioning a fair amount, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure too. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. I'm so sensitive to the heat.
Rachel, both of us have a need to be comfortable and not have sensory pressures pushing on us, you know? We're not made to handle sensory pressures well.
No.
I wonder how it would have gone if I had been a soldier in World War II. That seems kind of crazy, you know?
It is. That's why I was crying so much, because it's so like takes you so much into the sensory world.
It's funny, I don't think of World War II stuff as taking me into the sensory world.
I think of wars.
I'm sure the experience of it's very, very sensory. But watching videos about it doesn't seem very sensory to me. Like I don't know, the death and stuff, it just seems like history. It doesn't seem like.
I know, you're so lucky. I get so moved.
What job would you imagine your World War II self having? Well, if I were going to be in a branch of the military, the Navy would be not a possibility. I get too seasick. Marines, they'd have to do a lot of ocean stuff. They're Marines, you know. So that leaves me with the Army or the Air Force. I don't get airsick. Pilot sounds kind of fun, although pilots had a fairly high mortality rate. If I were in the Army, I mean, obviously I'd rather be a mortarman or an artilleryman than, say, a BAR guy or what was the other? Garand rifles? What was they called? The other kind of rifle that was issued besides the Browning automatic rifle? M1 Garand or something like that. I wouldn't want to. Those guys obviously going to take a lot of casualties if you're charging into machine gun fire with your rifle. Although, you know, I've heard many of these veterans of World War II say in their stories, I've been listening to quite a few of them, that they felt pretty safe in the foxhole. It's like, and the reason being because essentially the Germans would have to get a direct hit with artillery to get him in the foxhole. But I guess during the Battle of the Bulge, the Germans started using airburst artillery that would burst above the trees and break the tree branches and cause them to fall down on the people below them. In one grand. Thank you, Sean Peabody. That's funny. I read that first as Sean Probably. I thought, that's a strange. That's a fun name. Sean Probably. It could be something else. You know. It could be Dave. So, you know, I listened to an interesting one by a submariner. And apparently one time when they were in the submarine in World War II, no, it's macaroni and cheese. Oh, you're a former Marine, huh? Wow. Yeah. You know how if you join the Marines, you're in for the toughest assignments. But even if I was down for toughest assignments or whatever, I get very seasick. And Marines have to go in boats fairly often. So if I were in the Air Force but not flying a plane, I guess I would have to be something like a plane fixer. I don't know what other jobs are there in the Air Force besides fixing planes and flying them. I mean, I wouldn't. You could be a gunner in a plane. You know, you ate 9 Big Macs earlier. Well, good for you. Big Macs take a lot of artistic license with the word big. They're not particularly large sandwiches. My dad served in both the Navy and the Army. He left the Navy because, like me, he got horribly seasick. But he didn't know he got seasick until he joined the Navy because he'd never been on a boat. From Jack in the Box? My ass rides in Navy equipment. Well, that's what I'm saying, you see. You're like me and get seasick. You really want to avoid those boats. But yeah, the interviews of World War II veterans are fascinating because it was the last hurrah of a certain style of warfare, right? Like, there's never going to be a world war like that again. There's never going to be a situation where some nation thinks, like Germany did, like, well, we should be able to conquer all this shit with enough conventional weapons. In the post-nuclear age, it's a whole different. It's a whole different war economy, you know. What's really interesting is I remember clearly back in the day how concerned we all were about nuclear proliferation, the inevitability of nuclear war, the nuclear clock that strikes midnight when you're about to have nuclear war or whatever. And there was a general sense for a long time that nuclear war was not only likely, but inevitable, basically. Then there was this kind of whack-ball explanation of things called mutually assured destruction. It turned out to be absolutely correct. Essentially, once you're nuclear armed, you're war free. You're not going to get invaded, you know? Can TI users be quite illogical? Um, well, I mean, sure, like I could I could freestyle some silly song right now and it wouldn't be logical at all. It wouldn't be an exercise of logic. I'm not sure what you have to give me some context. Like, is it ever going to be the case that you ask me to interpret some legal document and I get it wrong? Maybe, but it wouldn't be because I wasn't being logical. It would be I just made a mistake of some kind, you know? Uh, but the thing is, if you're TI tool, the problem isn't that you can, isn't that like you can be quite illogical. It's that you can't not be logical. So there are plenty of things in life where you shouldn't use objective determination mechanisms, right? Like you shouldn't choose a significant other based on objective qualities like, well, she finished her master's degree and like a bunch of other things like that. What matters is if you like the person, right? Not whether or not it makes good practical sense for you to get with them. Fascio. Oh, you're saying faux show TI users can be chronological? TI users is too broad. TI, any slot but two, certainly has it within their power to be illogical. Tool function is a little bit tougher, you know. When you talk about your tool function and your seventh, they're both the same kind of function. The fact that you default use one of them all the time means you fail to use the other one any of the time, even when you definitely should. So well, I'd have to understand what the judge's reasoning was. If the judge's reasoning is the president cannot arbitrarily execute a law by simply willing it into non-existence, then I'd have to agree with them. But I'd have to read the decision. I mean, I do think it would be good for the country for the federal government to get out of health care entirely, but that doesn't mean by any means, you know. You got to do things legitimately. And is Trump fond of legitimacy criteria pinning his wings back? No, he is not. But that's because he's woefully and horribly unqualified for the job he has.
He thinks he's the best at it, though.
There was money allocated during the COVID-19 disaster. Well, I mean, regardless, if it depends how it was allocated and how he's slashing it. What matters isn't so much exactly what, but how. I mean, hopefully the Supreme Court just slaps that down in no uncertain terms. That's ridiculous. Obviously, the president cannot unilaterally remove birthright citizenship as a foundation of the country. You know, it's ridiculous. Well, but that's not a good justification for slashing funding for things, right? You don't need this money. Okay, but we were promised this money and we've set up these various things in anticipation of spending this money. And the legislature hasn't taken any action to remove this money from us. So why is this weird king guy arbitrarily denying us this money that we've been planning around for a couple of years now. It would be the other argument. Well, I mean, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services presumably exists to act out the will of the legislature. So, what the judge is saying is that it's up to the legislature to decide this no longer needs funding, not the hired help designed to implement the legislature's will. That would be my guess about things, but like I said, I'd have to read the whole decision. Remember, this is not for you. This is not for you. No. This is Daddy's food. You want to see the plate? Here. There. Go ahead. There's nothing even on it. But you can smell it all you want. It's not the executive branch's power either to arbitrarily decide that instead of executing the laws the legislature writes, I'm going to do the opposite. His job is chief executive, not determiner of what's a waste of money. Oh, I agree with you, Pretty Cat. But you can't both make a legitimacy argument that we should get rid of this funding for legitimacy reasons, that it's not within the federal government's appropriate purview, and then argue against doing it in a legitimate way. So, that's what my point is, yeah, those healthcare dollars going out from the federal government to the states are absolutely an example of unconstitutional overreach. That is not within the federal government's purview, and being able to tax does not mean being able to spend money on anything they feel like, despite what the Supreme Court sort of ruled way back when. So, the point is, instead of just unilaterally slashing that, removing that money, he should have had the Justice Department go to court and have the courts declare that expenditure an unconstitutional overreach. But he's not a smart man. It's like, plenty of what he's doing is on the same field with correct things. But one of the worst things that can happen is to have an idiot do your important work for you. Just because he seems like he's kind of on the side of correctness because he's trying to constrain the federal government, he'll do more damage than good. Like, he's so divisive that he's going to ruin the idea of cutting the federal government for multiple election cycles. He's getting some good stuff cut. I mean, there should not be a single American citizen who has any defense for the Department of Education. Not a single one. All education is done foremost locally with local taxes and local school districts. Secondarily, it's managed at a county level, like with things like the LA County Office of Education handles students with disabilities. If local school districts want to subcontract out the students, or lastly, at the state level is where you get your Common Core curriculum and other horrible dictates from above. It's like anybody who thinks the Department of Education is a good idea should also be defending the Great Leap Forward. you know, well, listen, it may have killed tens of millions of people, but it centralized agricultural decision making. And that's a good thing, right? No, centralized decision making removed from the actual experience of doing the work is a terrible thing. But it's more important to be correct than it is to be right. It's like Trump might be right about certain things, like he might be doing the right thing in a vacuum, but it's more important to do the right thing for the right reasons and in the right way. Otherwise, you're just a wrecking ball. Most importantly, you have to justify what you're doing. You have to win the argument first, then do the action. But, he's an ESFP, so. I'm retarded, but I'm a type of genius. What a fucking retard that guy is. And that's, of course, his problem, right? It's not this policy or that policy or anything. It's the fact that the country's in the hands of a fucking empty-brained ESFP. Do you like this thing that Trump did? Congratulations. I'm sure there's something that Trump did that, at least one thing Trump did, he does random shit that everybody likes. Like, there's not a single person on the planet that can't find a single thing that Trump has done that they like. Accordingly, also, no sane person can not find a single thing that they don't like either. Which is why we have to look at him holistically. He's simply not qualified to do the job he's doing because he's retarded. Retarded is a little better than dementia, I think. And his retardation, he had a less profound case of retardation than Kamala Harris, but both of them should never be allowed to mainstream in a regular ed classroom. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if he was more qualified. He was just less wildly an ideologue, I guess. I mean, and the thing is, Kamala Harris wasn't even a real ideologue. She was just pretending to be an ideologue while saying nothing. Like, oh, I'm going to raise taxes by 50%. But don't worry, won't affect you. Really? Okay, well, who are you stealing all this money from? And what do you need it for? Oh, I don't know. It's always good to get more taxes. That is just like somebody obviously took a power drill to her brain. Because there can't be anybody in the world who actually thinks the federal government needs more than $4 trillion a year. It's just insane. Mm-hmm. Like, what has the federal government done for you lately? They haven't done shit for me. Oh, that's not true. They make the interstate highways. Okay, whatever. You know, I'm not on Medicare. I don't have mandated health insurance at all. And, you know, I'm not going to get really anything from Social Security. Maybe a little bit eventually, I don't know. But, I experienced no interactions with the federal government at all, which is perfectly fine for me. It just makes me wonder why they need $4 trillion. They don't need $4 trillion. That's the truth of the matter. But, oh, we do need it. We have to sustain this unsustainable economic clusterfuck called the federal government. You can't sustain that unsustainable economic clusterfuck. Well, we have to keep doing these stupid things. You don't have to keep doing those stupid things. I work hard for my constituents to get federal dollars spent in my district. On what? It doesn't matter. You congressional fucks need to get your heads out of your asses too. It doesn't matter. As long as the federal government is spending dollars in my district, it's benefiting my constituents, ergo it's a good thing. Because I am, first and foremost, a member of my local congressional district. And only distantly do I care about the country. You know, it's all part and parcel of the well, yeah, I know, but it's not like if I got anything out of Social Security that it would be the federal government giving me money. It would still nevertheless be me being involved with a federal program. I had to explain that about unemployment insurance to my first wife when I got reduction in force because I had an emergency credential. And everybody who wasn't fully credentialed got laid off. I went on unemployment, and my first wife was kind of aggressively libertarian. She accused me of sucking off the teat of the government. I'm like, fuck you, bitch. Every time I get a paycheck, some of it goes to unemployment insurance. So I might as well get as much of it back as I can. But I have gotten free government thing before. One time I had to go to the county USC hospital. I was broke as fuck and I'd broken my hand. I waited 16 hours in there to be seen. But they did fix it up for $100. That's how it should be with government stuff. If you're going to get free shit, you should have to wait 16 hours. But Eric, you were hurt. Well, I needed to do a better job with my money, or else I wouldn't have had to go to USC County. I think that having to wait 16 hours was probably too lenient on me. Should have made me wait 24 hours. At the end of the day, I just want things that make sense, you know? Things that aren't insane. I don't want wrong ideas to just be commonly held by people because they don't care if they're wrong or not. It's like most political questions are easy to answer, but people get all confused and caught up in misapprehensions about the natural relationship between the governed and the governing. And what people need to start with as a default understanding is individuals have natural ownership of their things, which is to say they're responsible when they're liable when they incur liability. They should keep what they earn as much as possible, and they should make more when they work harder and stuff like that. In other words, it should be a naturally occurring sequence of relationships between individuals. That's when things go best, because when you have decentralized decision making, then each party is making decisions on their narrow scope of things that they can be expert on, namely, what's my interests. When people forget that the proper political perspective is one that reinforces and upholds those values of individualism, when people forget that, then you have horrible communitarian nightmares like making menthols illegal to protect the black people from their taste in cigarettes. No thanks, show media. My garage is not a living space. It's for tools and stuff. Also, that's where the cat litter is. You wouldn't want to sleep in there. Be smelling cat litter all night. We have a lot of little trees growing up here, all on the side of this hill. I know that before we moved here, a big wind event knocked down a bunch of trees. Must have opened up some sunlight pathways. So now we've got all these young trees growing up. Maple trees, oak trees, fir trees, and here and there a pine tree. But almost all the oak trees are regular oaks. This tree right here is a California live oak tree. It's got these little waxy leaves that have little points on them. But this is like a regular oak tree. And that's a maple tree right there. This is a cedar. And most of the trees down there are Douglas firs. But there are also, not Douglas firs, noble firs. But there are also a couple pine trees in the mix. The thing is, we need to remove correct things from any ideological bucket. So, constraining the federal government to its proper scope is not a libertarian idea. It's a constitutionalist idea, and it's just a reasonable, correct person's idea, right? That we already have plenty of data to show us and know that the more centralized decision making gets, the less efficient life is, and the lower the standard of living. So, what lowered everyone's standard of living dramatically? COVID. Why? Because you had centralized decision making, even at the local level. Some public health official in this county made some extra legal dictates, and all of a sudden, people are getting in trouble for opening their business. So, we know that from plenty of examples in history, from the Soviets, from the Chinese, from North Koreans, from COVID. Every instance of communitarianism backfires horrifically. You can't both prioritize a healthy country, a healthy state, and also prioritize communitarian goals, because you can't make decisions based on anticipated outcomes like that. You're going to be wrong all the time. In fact, this social program didn't help anybody. It incentivized poverty. It infantilized those people, etc. You know, all these unintended consequences that people incur when they think they've got to do something. The tyranny of doing. Look, just because you're in government and have the power to do things doesn't mean you should. All right? What you really have is the power to use discretion. Unfortunately, you can only rely on people's discretion when you have intelligent people in office. But, you know, the most important thing of all would be if we could somehow change the paradigm so that people expect politicians to win the argument. You know, for their explanations to be the best, for their justifications to make sense. Instead, we have these farcical travesties called presidential debates that are nothing of the sort. Americans only need $2 and 5 pencils. I mean, that just qualifies as Trump being retarded and thinking he knows what other people need. That's communitarianism, right? Thinking that you as a central governing figure can better decide for individual people what they need than the individual people can decide for themselves. That's communitarianism in a nutshell. What it really is hubris. The hubris of certain individuals who believe that their communitarian vision is better than being correct. It doesn't matter that they can't win the argument. It doesn't matter that it's bullshit. They have faith in their passion. What do you call it when you give a federal judge a blowjob? I call it 2 years probation. I read this horrible story today about this horrible, corrupt cop in California who committed all these crimes and got off with 2 years probation.
What?
Yeah, I don't know why. Who knows why?
The Menendez brothers.
Menendez
brothers, yeah, like,
Are they getting out? They should let them out.
They are, yeah, like, it's in the process of, yeah.
They should let them out. They committed that crime when they were prefrontal lobe development. You know, they were like 18 or 17 or something.
Oh, wow.
So, at this point, you got to figure whatever catastrophically horrible teenage judgment contributed to their decision that they're not that person anymore. Obviously, it's like it didn't work. Their plan didn't work at all, so. You know, I'm a believer that after a certain amount of time in jail, especially when in young, probably almost everybody deserves some chance at parole at some point. The Knicks are leading by 23. Good job. I don't forage mushrooms because I don't know the difference between the different mushrooms. It's like if I spotted psychedelic mushrooms, I could probably be like, okay, those are mushrooms, you know. But well, that's why he dropped out of the race, pretty kid. Even dementia Biden would have been a better candidate than Kamala Harris. I wasn't displeased with Biden's term, actually. They did absolutely nothing. Wait, they did okay in jail, married and had children while in jail? How did they do that? Yeah, you know, I don't like mushrooms, the taste of them, primarily because almost the only mushrooms I ever eat are psychedelic mushrooms, which taste fucking disgusting. And so I just have this terrible association with mushrooms. If conjugal business, but like, did they couldn't have had girlfriends when they went in, right? They must have met these people while they were in jail, like by pen pals or something. Yeah. Well, we do have some things we could harvest around here. We have berries on the berry bushes certain times of year. But he didn't do it though. He tried to do that. Buddy cat.
Hi, Awesomeness.
So failing to do something does not count as doing something. I mean, it is unfortunate that so many people have college debt and were tricked into going to college by when they were too young to know better, you know. But, well, sure, awesomeness. I always read the chat. It just took me a second to get to yours. I don't always read the chat. Sometimes I'm doing something like cooking dinner or working on the pond, in which case I don't read the chat. But when I'm not doing something, I read the chat. Let's smoke some pot. Let's get butt naked and fuck. Thanks, Ice-T. But I don't want to. I don't want to make love to you, Ice-T. I'm sorry. I mean, is that his position even, Putty Cat? It's hard to say what his position is. Because he doesn't justify himself. You have to state a position, explain why it's the correct position, defend it against argumentation, and understand why you're correct.
He doesn't do that. He doesn't know.
Yeah, it's like if you just shoot at everything you see, sometimes you'll hit a deer. Sometimes you'll hit a person. Mm-hmm. You know, sometimes you'll hit a target. I don't think of fourth slot as being especially childlike, really. I think of third slot as being more childlike than fourth. Yeah, well, you know, Putty Cat, if you had voted for Trump, I wouldn't have blamed you. If you had voted for Kamala Harris, I wouldn't have blamed you. If the reason somebody votes for one of the two of those is because they think one of the two of those is the lesser of two horrible evils, then that's a perfectly good reason to vote for somebody. But
you could vote for a third person, right?
yeah, well, that's what Putty Cat was saying. He voted Libertarian. But I just found the whole. It's like what happened to American electoral politics is just. It's just too depressing to even go to the ballot box. I mean, I actually feel more competent with my SI than with my FE in a lot of ways. It's just um, the reason I guess I don't feel like a child with SI is that I feel like I understand my limitations and will, you know, can address them in a fairly adult-like fashion. Whereas FE is much more of a kick in the nuts, you know. Was Peter Pan a child? Maybe at heart. Fourth slot's like a sniper, slow to fire and reload. That's a good way to put it, Money. I like that. Yes, I am going to watch that game in about an hour. Like Rachel has a much more conscious relationship with SE than I do. She frets about whether she's doing her chores or something. Whereas I don't think about that until I end up doing it, you know? And if I'm on Adderall, well, nowadays again, like in the past used to be, then I'm just going to end up finding myself doing various things almost unconsciously. Yeah, I am going to look at that, Money. It can be. Yeah, I was having a conversation with Rachel earlier about second slot, first slot. Like, second slot is where you're likely to be guilty of thinking everything's a nail, right? So that's where your seventh slot blind spot comes from, is because since I think everything's a TI nail, I try to hammer it with TI, even if it's not a TI nail. Whereas with my first slot, extroverted intuition, I have more complete mastery in the sense that I can know when it ought to be shelved, I guess. It links in, of course, with absolute value fifth slot function. I would guess the Knicks are going to win the game in the series, but you know, sometimes they can make big comebacks. But that, it's almost 30 points in the first lead in the first half. It's pretty substantial. Everybody puts it out there first, for instance, Mom. It's your tool function. It's just that introverted functions are less visible, I guess. But you can see me using TI all the time, like in correcting that, for example. I can explain any first and SI fourth. You add a lot of symbolic richness to a little amount of things that happen. Yeah. True. True that. I mean, I tend to operate in a world where the symbology is an end in itself, you know? Like, what matters is that these ideas I'm thinking through do explain things and are correct. And also that the reason, in some part, that I got into it is because I could do some kind of original work in it, right? I mean, good for the Detroit Tigers. It's a little surprising, but not uber surprising because they did have a great end of the last year. Proto-NE is simply naming a thing. SI first and NE fourth would be able to name many things that happen in phenomena. Well, that's true. This isn't fourth, but SI2, NE3, my dad would name things. Mostly like parts of drives and stuff. When we first moved here, I named this one section of the road the Double S. I haven't referred to it as that since, I don't think, but I did name it such. Do you know what I'm talking about, the Double S? Yeah. Well, it is true that I probably display a lot of emotion that I'm relatively oblivious to having and or mistake for something else, as exemplified by my previous visit with my doctor. I met with them again earlier today, but the last time I met with them, I had to yell at him and bust his chops because he was being difficult. But the thing is, he diagnosed me in that conversation at the end. You're disappointed in me. At first, I thought that was just irrelevant, but turns out that was really the most relevant thing of all, because otherwise, why would I bother yelling at him about it? I'd just solve the problem some other way. Okay, well, Putty Cat, we're 500 right now, I think. But, yeah, how about those Knicks? I'm not watching the game, but I hear that they're absolutely dominating. The Phillies are number one in payroll. Well, that's just because the Dodgers deferred all that shit. Without those deferrals, the Dodgers would be tops in payroll. It's not like they don't have to pay those monies. They do. It's just later on it's not going to be worth as much. But I don't think we're going to see another big inflationary crunch anytime soon. I suspect that the current buying power of the dollar will stay right where it is for quite some time. That was a huge adjustment we undertook, and it was almost exclusively because of COVID. But we probably would have seen a little bit of that inflation regardless. Hey, 966, did you add crazy at the end recently, or I just call you 966, so I just don't notice the crazy, I guess. Right. Well, I have Bryce Harper on one of my two fantasy teams. Unfortunately, I have on that team Bryce Harper and Paul Goldschmidt. Both of them can only play first base, and they're both worth putting in. They're both top tier first basemen. But I'm inclined towards Goldschmidt a little bit more lately because he strikes out less. You've always been crazy. You're still crazy after all these beers. How am I breaking this already? How can I possibly be breaking these little scissors already? Oh, I see. Maybe I'm not breaking them. I just don't understand them. I don't understand these little scissors. Like, why do they go like this only on one side? And this peg is like coming out. Jay Langoliers makes $770,000 a year. It's pretty good. He's doing pretty well for himself. I agree. That's in the ballpark of Shohei Ohtani's $1 billion or whatever. Well, Severino was he's where we spent half of our free agent money this past off season. The other half went to Miguel Andujar. You know, the A's don't believe in spending a lot of money in payroll, and I can respect that. That's fine as long as they do what they're doing, which is they're developing a team that's coming along, it's getting better. The young players are starting to blossom, and go out and get a couple of key free agents to try to, uh, you know, make your team into a serious playoff contender. I appreciate that. So we also, you know, we've got players like Nick Kurtz, who's a rookie and who's nevertheless hitting around 285. Not he had his first home run the other night against the Dodgers. We've got additionally Jacob Wilson, who played some at the end of last season, but this is technically his rookie year, and he is like third in the majors in hits. Wow. He's doing crazy good. So, you know, it's like maybe other people will be like, I don't understand why you're so excited about a 500 baseball team, but you got to understand where we came from. 2 years ago, the A's were the worst team in baseball, the absolute worst. 1 year ago, we had a rough start to the season, but we started to come on in the second half of the season, played above 500 ball, and started to look like a team with some promise. And then in the off season, we've got a couple of key free agents, and we're bringing up a few key rookies. Because it's not just Kurtz and Jacob Wilson. We also have Gunnar Hoagland, who's a starting pitcher, and he just pitched his third game ever, gave up 3 runs to the Dodgers over 5 innings, each of them a solo home run. Those athletes are paid so high so that they win no matter what happens. Is that why they're paid so much? Huh. It's wonderful to see you, Manu John. I really ought to include that on the Manu Johnisms. It's just like, I think more so in baseball than any other sport do you have this huge disparity where you've got some players having a contract worth $750 million and some players having a contract worth under $1 million. But we know better that nobody's going to win forever. That's true, Manny John. That's true. The only way I could win forever is if I were playing tic-tac-toe against myself, and the self that I was playing against wasn't trying. $966 thinks he can take Manny John in a bare-knuckle street fight. Maybe you could. I bet you could take me in a bare-knuckle street fight. I'm quite confident that I would lose, even if you're not that tough. Flying orbs that seek orcs is the best magic choice. Orcs are fierce warriors and hunters. Orcs are just a fancy word for pig people, okay? You know, you've got your mermaids, that's half fish, half lady. You got your centaurs, that's half horse and half person. You got your orcs, those are half pig, half people. The only reason I consider it the same as centaurs is because their top half is pig. Gloves, Pooty Cat. The kind of clothing that Knuckles wear is called gloves. Taylor Taylor Swift, she's got herself embroiled in a controversy with the Blake Lively.
She does indeed.
Brass knuckles are closed in the same way that a brass bra is clothes. It's both clothes and armor. Goblins, now that's a enemy you can hate. Because goblins, they're not half people at all. Orcs, they're very person-like, but goblins, they're they're rapacious. So go ahead and slaughter all the goblins you want. Stick a pin in this. Let somebody stick a pin in it. Look how Mahomes was pounded the Super Bowl. He should just quit. He has no business playing football anymore. I mean, what about all the games before before the Super Bowl this past year? He managed to get the Chiefs into the Super Bowl. That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they are. Goblins are rapacious, and accordingly, it's fine to just hunt and slaughter them. No, I don't think I got upset that the coyote never caught the roadrunner. I might have wondered why he was so obsessed with catching him. Like, just go after something else at this point. Yeah, it's goblinist, but they're filthy little creatures. You know, if you get if you get captured by goblins, and this is the best thing that can happen to you, you get cooked in a pot and eaten. Goblins won't even do straight up head-to-head battle with you. They're little cowardly things. They jump out from behind a tree and stab you in the back. Researchers defined healthy aging as surviving to 70 while being free of 11 major chronic diseases, including cancer, diabetes, stroke, arthritis, and osteoporosis. Hmm. Well, I'm aging just fine. Aging like a fine wine, having no impairment in memory or physical function, and being in good mental health. What in the world is a high quality carb versus a low quality carb? Is Rachel a Knicks fan? Yeah, to answer your previous question, she's a Yankees fan, not a Mets fan. Yes, she's a Knicks fan, and she's a Rangers fan, not an Islanders fan. As far as professional football teams go, I don't know if she's more of a Giants fan or a Jets fan, but I think maybe more of a Jets fan.
Yeah.
13% is a satisfying number slash percentage sign. Health report for the ladies. There's no such thing as high quality carbs and low quality carbs. It's just some dietary bullshit somebody made up. Bread's bread, you know? Bread is bread. I'm sorry to be repeating an earlier part of the live stream, but I feel like listening to this again. So I'm going to.
Good.
I'm going to do a slightly, adjust one thing here before I do that. I want to turn this one bass part down another notch, and then maybe turn the vocal up a notch. So this should be down here like 12, I think. I could turn this one down a little bit, maybe. What's it at? Okay. Now, Turn that up. Turn that. Okay, here we go. I'll turn on the good speakers. In the beginning, God made the funk. Holy Ghost was reigning with the angels, nuns, and monks. But there ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. But there ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. 'Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God. When God's child was born, 3 wise men came and brought with them gold, frankincense, a DJ, and cocaine. But there ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. Ain't nothing funky about your stupid version of God. Get your butt out the garden, go reside in the land of Nod. 'Cause there ain't nothing funky about your version of God. Sounds good. I'm pleased. Thanks, show media. Oh, well, I it's a lot cleaner than that thing I uploaded. That was a very early mix. Normally, I don't upload early mixes like that, but I was excited to be working on something that I foresaw being uploaded, actually. So I just threw it up there to listen to it on YouTube and be like, "Look, I'm doing something." It'll be nice and clean when I finally finish publishing it. White Castle smells the same going in as it does coming out. We don't have any White Castles around here. I'm not sure they have them. Do they have them in California, White Castles? I think I've seen one before. But thanks, Benson's mom. Well, to play that live would be a little bit tricky. It's mostly the bass line. So I can play the bass line on the keyboard. I play one of the 2 bass lines on the keyboard. The other one, I'd have to practice it quite a bit. Not that that's the worst thing in the world, practicing. But we're not out of those drinks, Rachel. We got 2 of them left. I'm gonna have one of them. You can have the other last one.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
You're the best.
You need it now, or you still have some?
No, I still have some.
Thanks, 966. All right, it's nice to hear positive feedback on that like this. You know, not everything gets positive. Positive feedback is usually pretty telling. You know, like things that are fine, people generally won't make a point of necessarily saying anything. So it can be a fairly reliable feedback. Crystals? Never heard of that. Is it a meth store? Ah, this tastes so good. Something about these weed drinks that's satisfying, almost like alcohol.
Yeah.
They've got this like differentness to them. I don't know. It's different than drinking a regular non-alcoholic drink.
It is.
You know, Rachel, if we wanted to, we could go to Merced tonight. I don't know if we want to, but we don't really need to go tonight. We got one more in there for you, so we go tomorrow. Might as well go tomorrow because then I can combine my attempt at getting cement from the hardware store. We'll go trip to Merced. We do it on the way back. That would be cool if you were filthy rich and you had a water line that was made of weed water and you got high every time you took a shower. I don't think that would get you high. It doesn't get it into a part of your body that absorbs drugs directly, like your mouth or your butthole. Well, I'm confident, Mrs. Mom, if you got these, they would work for you. If you drank one of these or two of these, it would get you high. This even gets me sort of high.
And if it gets him sort of high, that's pretty good. Because.
Yeah, it's hard to get me high.
Mm-hmm.
How many White Castle burgers could you watch a friend or spouse slam back in one sitting before you start silently judging? I would never start silently judging. I mean, I might be like, wow, dude, you're eating like 10 of those. I'm impressed. That's what I would say, yeah. Or I wouldn't be judging because it never occurs to me to like pay attention to what other people are eating. That's not my concern. Like, since I've never had any need to pay any attention to calories at all, right? I've never had even the moment's need to do that because it doesn't really matter how much I eat. I just never really put on very much weight. And even when I go through periods when I don't eat that much, I don't really lose that much weight. So it's just because I've never thought of, to me, eating food doesn't link to weight. Am I bragging? But what I'm trying to get across here is that accordingly, I'm not likely to judge somebody for eating a lot because I project my own experience onto them. Like from my perspective, I have to eat a lot when I'm hungry, or else I'd be hungry. Acacia, you seem like you have a body like mine that you're not. Nobody would call you a robustly framed woman, you know. Nobody would put you on the offensive line of a football game and expect you to perform well. Everybody share your best brags. What's your best brag? Right now, I think my best brag is I'm digging a pond. I've got shovels, bucket, everything you need for a pond. Eric, do I wear a bra? No. Why, do I have high beams? Can you see my my high beams through my shirt? Yeah, nobody would put you on their offensive line. Like if let's say we were having some TWFP meetup and we all decided to play flag football. I'd say, okay, well, Acacia, it turns out you're on my team, and for some reason I voted captain. So I'm putting you at wide receiver and at cornerback. I don't think you're going to be a good bruising running back. I don't think you're going to be good at blocking. So, prove it. Yeah, I'm sure you got a better brag somewhere. A body like mine. Do you have a body like mine? My body's made of meat. Hello, Jonathan Carpenter. You are back. TWFP gone wild. Well, what I'd like to see happen at a TWFP meetup is for everybody to have windbreakers over their shirts and stuff, just so that as we pass each other, so we can identify fellow TWFP people, we go, spring break! Can re-roll out the TWFP baseball shirts, please? And well, I mean, I don't even know. I have to find a screen printer someplace. And then be like, dog stuff. Seems challenging. I haven't driven by a storefront that says, we screen print shirts for YouTube people here. If I saw that, then I'd probably go do it. Spring break, spring break. I'm gonna show my titties because it's spring break. Ooh yeah, spring break. I love to show my titties when it's spring break. Come on everybody, look at my tits. Ooh, spring break. Nice evening, not too many bugs. Surprisingly. This rock looks like the state of California. Don't you think? Let's look at the old Pondaroo. The Ponderosa, I'm going to name this pond, maybe. Well, once I'm done with the majority of this, I'm not facing the camera, but once I'm done with the majority of this, I'm going to come back through here and kind of fill in the spots where they don't have rocks more, so it looks, you see less concrete, But obviously, as I proceed, I'll get better at this process, so get away, little bug. It's going to go down there, all the way down there, and back up here. It's going to be so exciting. I'm some distance still away from actually putting water in it, but a little bit at a time, before you know it, slow and steady wins the race. I don't feel like I'm going that slow, because it's very tiring to do a lot of squatting work. squat down and lean. Put this thing and stuff, It gets pretty tiring. I sweat a lot when I'm doing it. Fortunately, I have Rachel's fantastic headband now, so I should just call it my headband now. Okay, mosquitoes. Literally, nobody likes you. So just get out of here. Nobody wants anything to do with you. I've never met a single person who says, I like mosquitoes. I think they're fine. But it's like mosquitoes don't even care. Talk about Effie Polar. It could not have a worse public perception. And yet, they persist in being mosquitoes. All right, let's toss this old coffee out. Let's put this bottle here in this little trash can. Do a little cleaning up out here. Here's my drill with my concrete mixer on it. So I got this mixer attachment for my drill. It does make mixing up the concrete easier. The key to doing the concrete mixing, if you want to be smart about it, put the water in first, then put the dust in. Powder. Alright, so I'm going to leave this out here. I'm going to be using it again soon enough, but I am going to put it away in the temporary tool place over here. This is a project, the temporary project home of certain tools while I'm working on the pond. That includes the shovel. Oh no! I knocked over my drink. Includes this machete. This rock is a good rock. I'll put that right there. It includes this shovel here, which is really my only working shovel. I don't want this lamp out here anymore. And it includes the pickaxe, which is right here, along with this extension cord. Obviously, this wheelbarrow full of concrete dust needs to stay out here as well. Okay. Now here's the problem I did not anticipate. I've got 2 extra bags of steer manure blend. I actually overbought that, thinking I might plant a couple more plants, but I don't think I'm going to now. I mean, if I do plant another one, it'll be over there to replace that little one that may not make it. So what am I going to do with this steer manure blend? Well, I'm going to put it over here by that shed. Why do we have 2 sheds? I don't know. I didn't put it there. I never use that shed for anything. But I guess I might as well just put these bags in the shed if we're going to rather than set them there. Oh, Jesus, what a huge lizard. You guys want to see a huge lizard? I'm not even going to put anything in there because it's like, there's not even any room to put those bags. Like, what is this crap? There's a lizard, see it? It's on the pot there. You see it? I'll turn the camera around so I can see if you see it. There's the lizard. He's a big one. Well, I'm not going to bother you, Mr. Lizard. So, congratulations. I'm not putting the bags in there after all. Okay. So I'll just get the other bag and put it over here. There. See? Okay. Now, what else can I clean up from over here? Well, let's take this lamp back to the garage. And then I think I'm going to move those broken plastic chairs over here with the idea of making a dump run. Get rid of those. It's going to be too difficult to break those down. Put it in the trash can. Alright, so let's go get those horrible chairs. I'll just put them over here where they're out of the way. I might as well bring another good chair over here. Bring the green chairs over here, you know. Because we never sit over there. And now that I'm working on the pond, back here is the center of activity. Put this padlock back, even though I don't even know if I have the key for it. I'm not going to lock it. I'm just going to put it like that. Okay. Plastic chairs, time for you to go. Okay. So now I've brought another green chair over here. I'll put these green chairs right here. This can go in the garage. The green chairs you'll see are over here now. This can go in the garage. This stick is over there. Alright. Take these things into the garage. So I broke my little bucket I was using. It was a Christmas bucket, so obviously wasn't intended to be mixing cement in. But the handle on it broke. So I have to get another bucket. Okay. Cause there ain't nothing funky about this two-bed version of gone. All right. Get away. You come to believe that karma isn't real? Well, I mean, if you have a conscience, it is. Because even if you think you get away with something, if you'll suffer for your own wickedness at some point. Whether it's because you realize how fucked up it was and feel shitty about it, or something else, you know. Okay. Now, I think I want to get a broom out here, actually. Do a little sweeping. I don't want to go crazy with the sweeping, but this is just... Every time I come in through this door, I just trump shit in. I want to throw this stupid thing away. This is not... Why even have this? It just gets dirty, and then it's just like the ground. But it's shaped like a heart! Yeah, it's a stupid-ass fucking map. I agree. But just throw it in the trash. Another thing I have to throw in the trash. It's been hanging around here for way too long. We'll get that next. This goes in the trash. I went to high hip syndrome because my high hip syndrome are acting up right now. Okay, let me get that broom I was planning on getting. Oh, but let me throw away that other thing first. So, something else that I've been meaning to throw away for quite a while now, but have failed to throw away, is this thing. You're supposed to like wipe your feet on it, you know, to get snow off of them. But it just, all you do is scrape off a bunch of bristly brown things onto the ground. There. Let's go in the front door of the garage. Here. I mean, I could get the shop back out, but not that much sweeping to do. I mean, if I look over the whole house and stuff, I've got infinite sweeping to do. But if I'm just doing this one little slab of concrete, well, that's not very much sweeping to do. All right. So we're just gonna sweep all of these little stuffs into a pile. But we're gonna be smart. We're gonna go for lots of little piles, not one big pile. One big pile is inefficient. Get away. Nobody wants your dumb mosquito ways. Obviously, it doesn't need to be super perfect or anything. But it's nice to tidy up a little bit. Get out of my ear, mosquito. I don't know who told you I wanted mosquitoes around, but they were lying. Get away. Okay. Good. All right, that's pretty good. Good enough. Looks better than it did. Oh, joy. You bugs are making me go inside. This is the worst time of day for bugs. It's like 7 o'clock, 6:30, 7:10. That's the worst time for bugs, for mosquitoes. Yeah, even so, it's not that bad. It's not like I'm totally getting swarmed by them like I'm naked and afraid. What is that a picture of? A cat doing a handstand? Oh, is Ike here? Oh, you're a donkey. Yeah, I got rid of all the waspitoriums.
Doesn't look like a donkey on there.
Looks like a cat doing a handstand in the back kick. Well, if you've been here for a little while, like, you know that I just did a little sweeping outside.
I saw.
And I braved the deadly mosquitoes.
Thank you for doing that.
Of course, darling. Yays are on. Okay, cool. Let's turn the athletics game on. And then during commercial, I'm going to unload the dishwasher and put the dishes in the sink in the dishwasher.
Gosh, wow, thank you so much.
Don't worry about it. Rachel. It's only because it's what I feel like doing. I'm not doing you any sort of favor or anything. It's just
Well, I appreciate it.
it's just sometimes I feel dewy.
I know. Nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
You guys have mosquitoes too, Fly Guy?
A conifer branch keeps them away. Well, the thing is, Fly Guy, do you mean like you just tie it onto yourself or what? The sofa is chatty?
Oh, it's the box.
It's Capio on her box.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what's making that noise.
I do too.
Because if I had to swing the conifer branch, it wouldn't do me any good because I had both of my hands occupied sweeping. Rachel does camouflage into it.
I do.
You hold it in your hand and wave it around every so often. Well, I mean, if I wanted to go stand outside and battle the mosquitoes, I'd bring this with me, you know, and I'd burn them all to death. But if both my hands are occupied, it's pretty hard to employ the conifer branch strategy.
That's a good question, Winston's mom. What's the next step in the pond building process?
Well, the next step is to go to the hardware store and get more cement. Now, I don't remember, did I get concrete this time or cement?
Oh shit, I don't know.
Either will work, but I think cement looks nicer. I think I got concrete.
Okay.
Cement, I think, is the stuff that our slab out there is made out of. It doesn't have little rocks in it, you know?
Okay.
Whereas concrete has little rocks in it. But I'm not really sure. I'll have to ask him. Well, I mean, I may have said cement, but it'd be concrete, or said concrete, but it'd be cement, because I kind of like forgot that they were different things. So I just got that one that I got. I should have paid more attention to what I was getting. I just thought, you know, that gray stuff that turns into rock.
I don't know help. I don't know.
Bathroom sandwich. I hope you brought the sandwich into the bathroom rather than found the sandwich in the bathroom.
Well, that's like the legend has it that Elvis died on the toilet eating a peanut butter and banana sandwich.
That is the legend. I don't know if that part's true, but I do know that he did die on the toilet from a massive coronary.
Oh, I don't know if he was eating a sandwich or not. That could have been made up.
What I think is a good thing to do, would be a fun kind of joke, I guess, to play, is you go to a public restroom and take a string and put a card on the string that says community chapstick, and then tie a chapstick to the end of the string and then tie it up somewhere in the public bathroom. You won't get to see what happens, but you get to think about what people say when they go in there and they go, community chapstick.
Some uptight manager will be like, take that down.
Well, I thought you gotta do it like a park or something. A restaurant, public restroom, like a park.
Yeah, like a park, yeah.
What is in a bathroom sandwich? Well, here's the strange thing. It's another bathroom with another sandwich. It's just bathroom sandwiches all the way down.
Whoa.
Care about a zapper? Did the zapper zap them?
Sing which indeed, Rubenar.
Just passing through in the night like a bathroom sandwich. How many whappers you take? I don't know what whappers are.
Me neither.
You'll have to enlighten me if you want an answer to the question. Whappers.
My sister was like, going back to the office, what kind of sandwich should I bring to work? I was like, peanut butter and jelly. Because I know she likes jam, and I feel like that is easy, except that I don't know if they have peanut butter in Prague.
They probably have peanut butter. Why would you feel more confident that they have jelly?
Because, like, she goes to this, like, she gets jam all the time.
Okay.
They have, like, markets every so often. And there's a store that she got jam from. She loves jam.
Here's the thing, Catalyst. I do now have a better sense of your relationship with whappers, but I am no closer to understanding what whappers are than I was before
Yeah,
your
really.
clarification.
Yeah. Come on, JP Sears. I believe in you.
You know what I just started celebrating today? I would start celebrating it early. It's Juneteenth.
That's really good. Wow, you're so. You really should be president.
Well, because, I never got my 40 acres and a mule, and I'm mad about it. Flushing submarine sandwich made by Johnny. Is it made in Flushing Meadows?
That's a good question.
That's a place in New York.
It is. How do you know that?
We must play some sport there. That's the only reason I can think of. The thing is, gape horn is just as dirty as gay porn, right? It's like it's not any less dirty. A gape horn it seems even dirtier.
It actually does.
Yeah. So I think you're not quite getting the whole concept of this thing with that one. Maybe you do in general, but I think that one's kind of missing the boat. Now, Catalyst, have you met my friend Mike? Last name is everywhere.
Every time he says whappers, it just makes me think of whoppers.
It does look almost like whoppers.
Mm-hmm.
Gape Catalyst. It's like when they, I put this meme up where it shows this guy on TV and he's like being interviewed by the anchor or whatever, and it says under his name, garlic bread expert. I want Gape Catalyst under my name.
I don't want to know how you.
Well, it's not because I actually catalyze gapes. It's just because it would be a funny title to have. That lady is so happy because she got a foul ball.
Yeah, good for her.
Good for her.
I've always ducked. I'm like, oh my god, we're gonna hit.
At some point in our life here, in the next 10 to 20 years, we do need to go to the Giants game because I've never been
I
to
would
that
like
stadium.
to.
I've never been to that stadium, but I do believe it to be one of the coolest stadiums in all the majors.
Isn't that what it's is pretty known? It's known for it being.
Well, yeah, because you can hit the ball out into the ocean. You know,
Do people like?
and people
Put-
go on boats out
That's
in the
so
ocean.
cool.
Yeah.
I would love to go to a Giants game.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Oh, GP Sears, it's alright.
Gape Catalyst 2025, you just copyrighted it. Okay, well, I guess I can't be the Gape Catalyst then anymore. Very well. I'll catalyze something else. Can I catalyze scissoring?
Can I catalyze catalyzers?
You're a catalyst catalyzer.
Mm-hmm.
You're a cattle catalyst catalyzer. So for people who catalyze cattle, you catalyze those people. Gape coach.
Who's got it? Good job.
Professional gape coaching.
Yay.
Exercised with professionalism and sensitivity. No, this is right. I feel it. I am the catalyst. And I came to change all things. Prophets become warriors, dragons hunt as wolves. Robin Hobb. Gape couch. Well, that just sounds like a couch I don't want to be sitting on. So don't sit there. That's their gape couch. You don't want to sit there. We're gonna gape and boof and gape until our butts are full.
That's a lovely song. It probably is Vance's. You're right about that.
Who's Vance?
Our vice president.
Oh, that Vance. I thought you were talking about famous bicycle rider Vance Armstrong. Well, he had a real fall from grace, huh?
Yeah, he did.
He was all hot shit.
Such hot shit. Those like wristbands. Those.
Yeah. Lance Armstrong, testicle strong.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Lance Armstrong, you're just being a big cheater, and that's all.
Exactly. I'm glad I never bought into that. I remember going to
It's a good one, Catalyst.
That's funny. That is a good one, Catalyst. I remember like, did you have like your freshman year like I forget if it was, when was it? It must have been like the first week of school or something. All the freshmen were like over this like lawn, and I just remember looking around and seeing everyone wearing those yellow Live Strong bands, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what? Why is that cool?
Rubinar, I get you. I get it, right? Like, on some level, any athlete is going to feel like, hey, whatever I put into my body is my business. If it helps me perform better, then that's what I choose to do. And you can take them too if you want, you know? That's what the natural thing for athletes, an individual person to think. But the thing is, with Lance Armstrong, it wasn't so much that he was doping as that he had launched into this big, indignant campaign about how he wasn't doping before he got caught.
Idiot. That's so weird.
I remember reading an article that speculated on how he was able to be so successful, that it was because his lungs and heart just they operated at a like 40% better capacity than normal people or something.
Wow.
Yeah, but that it was just bullshit, right? Like
Yeah, there has to be, right?
they're measuring how well he's processing oxygen, but the reason he's processing it the way he's processing it is because he's on these various drugs and stuff that yeah. But he did such a good job of being indignant about implications that he was doping that people believed him. And then when he came out that he really was doping the whole time, well, at that point, fuck off. You know, you don't have to answer those questions about doping. You can just say, I'm not answering any of those questions for whatever reason I feel like. I'm under no obligation to answer your questions.
I mean, like, Alex Rodriguez doping too for when he was like on the Yankees and stuff, or I don't know, just like when he was playing, he was just I don't like that shit. Like, just no. I don't know. Whatever. You're right. Do whatever you want, but I fucking know. I don't fucking know.
I mean, I think I understand why they make performance enhancing drugs illegal because we're against the rules. It's because you know you don't want to have a situation where to compete professionally in a sport you have to take steroids or you won't be able to keep up because then it's just it's too much about what you're willing to do in terms of medical procedures to yourself and too little about the actual sport, I guess. If I were he, I'd probably just say, do I look like a doper to you? I mean, if somebody accused me of doing steroids and I was doing them, I'd say, listen, we're all doing steroids of some kind. Our body naturally produces steroids. I got an inhaler with steroids in it. Hell, the meat I eat has steroids in it. So just get over it already. Obviously, we're all coming in contact with some steroids occasionally. That doesn't mean
I can't argue that with that.
that's what I'd say. Or I just say, yeah, I'm using steroids. Because they make me so big and strong. Obviously. Do you think I'd be able to play these big strong guys if I wasn't using steroids? I'm not that strong, you know. I'm not that athletic. It's not fair to not let me use steroids because otherwise, without steroids, I can't compete against these guys. That's not fair. What about that argument? Like, why are we rewarding natural ability over the hard work of taking steroids?
There are like crazy side effects.
Yeah, I know. It's bad for you. Like, there's this guy that's named the Liver King. Jonathan Carpenter, I don't even know what you've done that's stupid. You're not done anything stupid. Yes, you've video called me a few times, but I've not answered your video calls. So you didn't have any opportunity to do anything stupid.
I OG Amian. No, I haven't heard about the new controversial Kanye song. What does he say in it?
Heil H is what the song's called. I mean, why is he just like clumsily rage baiting? Regardless, don't get me wrong that I no longer have any respect for the man because I
Right?
think he's a predator,
He
basically,
definitely is.
or at least had phases of predatory behavior and stuff, you know.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
and has not been held accountable for it. So I think he's a shitbag. But regardless of that, let's leave all that aside for a second. Where is he going artistically with clumsy rage baiting?
He's
Nowhere.
not mentally well.
Well, that's not necessarily a a death sentence for art, you know.
No, it sometimes isn't.
So it's like maybe some people are like, "What the hell is Van Gogh doing with all these swirly swirls?" You know. But in this case, I wish more older people were as relaxed as you. I mean, I don't really know very many older people. I don't feel like I ever really knew very many older people. He's probably thinking, "You're already knowing I'm the villain, so I might as well play the part." Maybe, but I think that he thinks he's somehow going meta above this and stuff, but it's not working. And it's not going to work because there's nothing to be gleaned from that, you know? I mean, he is an actual villain, and accordingly, he should go to jail, not play the part, play into the character or something. Hello, Rahul viewer. How are you? Have you caught any of his pop up musical live streams?
Who?
Years ago, there was one I caught. I hung out in the live stream pre show, and then his voice came on. At some point, I zoned out. You talking about Kanye? When was the last fruit and vegetable I ate? Well, um, there were some vegetables in the chicken pot pie that I had earlier. The last fruit I ate was a grapefruit not that long ago. It had been in the fridge for like 2 months, but it was still good.
I really couldn't tell you.
BRBPS. Apparently, you told Show I poop 5 times a day. I don't believe it.
There are little pieces of vegetables like corn and I think carrot maybe and uh
Grandma's corn carrot surprise?
yeah, no. And the yakisoba, so
Oh, yeah, little dehydrated carrots and stuff.
yeah.
The thing is, I don't believe that of you, Acacia. I just don't believe you're that good of a pooper.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I just don't think you got the skills to pay the bills in the pooping department. I'm not that great of a pooper, and your SI is, in my opinion, probably even more childish than mine.
If I have to go, I go, and there's a bathroom, or even not, as we've had to go on the side of the road.
You're a good pooper.
Good pooper, yeah.
Yeah. I'm growing to become a better pooper. I really feel like I'm pooping more regularly, probably because I'm moving around more these days, less sedentary. So helps me poop a little bit more.
Oh, I've been been constipated for like days.
Well, it seemed like a couple of days ago you were pooping a lot. Maybe it was 3 days ago.
I took those Senna things and it helps me.
So, would you say that Ruben wears the poop in the family? Cute title. The more you know. The more you know, the more opportunities you have to know one to grow on.
Come on, JP Sears. Just have to get this one guy out.
It seems like ESFJs and ISFJs, they don't seem to ever really have any problems with constipation.
No, my grandma levels when actually got older got IBS. What is that? That's the opposite of this.
Irritable bowel syndrome.
Yeah, isn't that you go a lot?
I don't know what it is. I'm just assuming your bowels are cranky, that you have to watch what you say to them, or they get frustrated easily. Let's turn it up now. All right. That's a question the philosophers of the ancient times always asked. Should I be more constipated? And there grew 4 formal schools of thought on the matter. Yes, no, maybe later, and we'll see. Obviously, maybe later and we'll see. A lot of people said they should be combined into one school. Because really, what you're asking, and this is what people don't realize, you might think, no, nobody's ever going to say, yeah, I should be more constipated. But what you're really asking is, should I hold my poop right now? Or should I go poop right now? And there are moments when the time is to hold your poop. That is right there, you're committing to, I mean, it must technically qualify as constipation. Namely, instead of your poop coming out when it wanted to, it went back inside, and who knows when it's going to come around again. Those people are waving at the camera. Apparently, one time I was on the big screen at the Oakland Coliseum when I was buying my 50-50 tickets from the raffle guy. And I was holding my Shea Langoliers fan club sign. Rachel said that they showed it on the big screen. I didn't see. I wasn't looking at the big screen. I was looking at the ticket guy, I didn't notice the camera guy filming me or anything, I guess. Yes, okay, stop showing those people. Who are those people? Why are you showing them so much? It's just like these random people in the stands with a baby and they just keep showing them on the TV. Yes, says Rachel. Yes, we were both on the screen, big screen. So that's cool. I wish I had noticed. I would have been or something like that. Maybe they like it better than I didn't notice. Urious. You predicted the big screen was going to look at me next, so I pointed to it before it showed me. I have a video somewhere. Huh. Wow. That's a useful skill to have. That way you don't get caught on the kiss cam sitting next to your drunken Uncle Stanley. Sparsely populated stands, huh? You know what I kind of feel like doing? I'm just not 100% sure I want to commit to such a big thing, but oh, good job, Urias. It's a 1-out double. It's a stand-up double by Urias. He seems like a little guy, but he's got a lot of pop in his bat. Every time I see him, he seems so just generally slight, you know? You wouldn't expect him to have extra bases power or home run power, but he has both. He's hit quite a few home runs this year. Kiss cam during one of my 5 daily poops. What do you want to do, Eric? What do I want to do? Oh, did I say you know what I want to do? What do I want to do? I don't know. What I was going to say. What do I want to do? I would like to eat some water. I'm tired of drinking it. I want to eat my water, and I don't want it to be ice. I want to eat liquid water. I know what I was going to say. I wonder if the neighbors would feel like, oh, it looks like they're going somewhere. I thought I heard some. No, that's not them, is it? No, that's some other people. I don't know who those people are. But I heard the neighbors sound like some music playing over there. I'm kind of tempted to invite them over to jam out if they feel like it. I don't know. I ran that by Rachel, of course, but I want to eat water and drink rocks. Why won't people let me live my life? What do you think about that notion? You think it's a good notion or bad notion?
I think it is.
You down? Okay. Well, why don't I go do that then? I'm going to go over there and ask them what they're doing, if they want to chillax. Why don't you think you hold down the fort?
Sure.
If you don't, it'll get up and run away. Water. Delicious water. I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, but I am all out of legs.
So sorry to hear that.
Well, I just be chewing bubblegum.
Excuse me. Oh my gosh, I have to pee. I just realized it. Have a video chat with us, show media, and we'll plan something. Of course, Eric has to know, and we'll talk about it with him, but I'm sure he'd be down. good talking amongst yourselves, guys. You guys get a star. Gold star. For holding down the fort.
I think if they're likely to come up. Sounds like they just got home and, you know, we're tired, had a long day working, but it also sounds like that the suggestion of coming up and playing music was very appealing to Jared too, so I think they're probably going to end up coming over.
Okay, cool.
Which is just in case they do for convenience sake. And I just set the PA up right now, just plug it in and plug in the cords.
Who's Jared 2? I mean, who's Jared 1? The only Jared that we know is our neighbor.
Bob Shirley says he's seen you at the supermarket before.
Who?
Bob Shirley. What supermarket did you see her at, Bob Shirley?
You seen me at the supermarket?
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
Yeah, what supermarket?
If that's true, then there's one answer to that question. Which supermarket?
Oh, I don't think there's a Jared 1. I think Jared 1 is just the one Jared.
You think the Jared we know is the one Jared, right?
Yeah.
I don't think of any other Jared either. I don't know any other Jareds. I don't think.
Only the Subway guy.
Oh yeah, him. That's a bad guy to have associated with your name.
I know.
Let me think of Hey There Delilah, because there are things that you can't control about names, right? Like when I named Delilah Delilah, that song didn't exist.
No, it didn't.
And Delilah, at the time when we named her Delilah, it was a very uncommon name. Nobody named their kids Delilah.
Same with me. There weren't any Rachels until Friends came to be popular.
Huh. I don't remember knowing any particular Rachels when I was growing up. Maybe, I'm sure there were some in school, but I don't. It certainly wasn't a common name.
I wouldn't really say it's common. It was common in Pennsylvania. That's why they called me Lappy.
You didn't like that name.
No.
That's why I call you Rachel.
Thanks. Hi, Capito. Yeah. Yeah.
I give up. I can't play that song. I'll probably never for the rest of my life ever again be able to play that song. I'm just gonna have to sit down and actually figure out the part I can't remember how to play. Honky tonk piano. This is called honky tonk. Okay, everybody, it's time to jazzercise. Are you ready to jazzercise with me? First, you got to move your feet around. Then you got to lift them up off the ground. Then you got to move your arms around. That's how you get some exercise. With this jazzy music, you won't have any problem getting motivated to exercise. Oh yeah. But do you ever not go to a store because you don't want to run into those people again? Oh God, I can't stand to see them. I wish they would not be there anymore. But since I can't be sure, I'll just not go there. I don't wanna see those people in their underwear. Why do they come to work dressed like that? Now we're getting serious. Don't come to work dressed like that. You look like a sack of crap. Don't come to work with your hat on backwards. You hair all messed up like that. I'm embarrassed on your behalf. But Julie told me I could wear this, and she's the shift supervisor. Maybe you should be talking to her instead. If I'm not mistaken, Julie's your boss, so you have to do what she says. And she said I could wear this whenever I want. Oh no, she didn't. She couldn't have said that. She knows the company policy is opposite. In fact, she certainly should be aware enough to be avoidant of such a catastrophic mistake. Well, listen, I've been doing some research in the company handbook, see, and I've looked very carefully for articulated policy on dress. I guess I just can't find it, I guess. That was me talking in a man voice to make my point abundantly your choice. So I didn't want you to dismiss me 'cause I was a girl. Well, at the end of the day, I think we're going to have to take it up with human resources. At the end of the day, I think we're going to have to take it up with human resources. Again. I know. Come on, Mr. Thompson, it's like our third time having a meeting with human resources. I think you're picking on me. I'm not picking on you, I just don't appreciate your casual attitude toward your job. Alright? If that's old-fashioned to me, then just call me Rob. Alright? Okay, I'll call you Rob then. Listen here, Rob. Why don't you go eat some corn on the cob? Because I'm tired of listening to you. Your heart throbbing through with indignation and probably poo. 'Cause you're constipated. If you're not, at least you're anally retentive about stuff. No, actually, you were right before. I am picking on you. What? I'm surprised. Yeah, you were actually right before. I've been picking on you. Thank you. That was a story of somebody getting in trouble at work. Justice 89 says stop. I don't consider that trolling. He's just telling me to stop. It's not trolling. He's just expressing his opinion that what I was doing should be stopped. My mouth is so dry. I have like the driest mouth in history right now. I don't even know how it got so dry. Yeah, playing the piano tends to be fun. But it can also be challenging at the same time. It's fun. Oh, thanks, Ruben. You feel heard, but you didn't feel seen, did you? I noticed it from somebody else didn't say anything. I don't know why. I guess it's F3rd. I wasn't thinking. I was reading another chat. What instrument is this, Rachel?
Accordion?
Correct. You are correct. Musette. This is called a Britonian. strangely quiet beat. Strings. The end. Well, thanks, Darlene. I don't think that tweaking out on the keyboard is especially applause-worthy, but I appreciate your sentiment nevertheless. I have a little bit of a problem with playing the keyboard. Like, you just get stuck playing it, and
I don't find that there's anything wrong with that.
yeah, well, maybe there's something wrong with it while live streaming.
Ruben felt heard.
I think he might have meant that ironically because I didn't say something about something. Who knows? Maybe he's showing like, hey, Eric, listen, I need a little Eric time. Well, Ruben, whether or not you're saying that, you're going to get a little Eric time right now, okay, buddy? Because this is a special moment of bonding between two men. That you and I are going to share right now. Bro. Listen, bro. I love you, man. You know? I mean, I don't want to be like gay or anything, but yeah, you and I are bros. There, how's that? How's that? That's pretty romantical, huh? I guess I just said romantic. I don't know why I added the old at the end of it. And then we was like getting all romanticals and stuff. I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. I'm crazy for feeling so blue. I knew you'd love me as long as you wanted. Then someday you'd leave me for somebody new. Worry, why would I let myself worry? Wondering what in the world I can do. Haka-chaka-chaka. Crazy, I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. I'm crazy for crying and crazy for trying and crazy for loving you. That's my best Patsy Cline imitation. I'm writing a song all about you. A true song as real as my tears. But there's no need to fear it, 'cause no one will hear it. Sad songs and waltzes aren't selling this year. I'll tell all about how you cheated. I want for the whole world to hear. I want to get even with you 'cause you're leaving. But sad songs and waltzes aren't selling this year. Well, it's a good thing that I'm not a star. You don't know how lucky you are. 'Cause though my record may say it, no one will play it. Sad songs and waltzes aren't selling this year. Isn't that a lovely song? Both the songs were written by Willie Nelson. What? You want another Willie Nelson song? I think I Fall to Pieces is also written by Willie Nelson. I'll sing that. I don't want to sing it. So it's a little bit languid. Don't be getting languid on my shanguid. What rhymes with languid? Anything? Dang squid. That dang squid is languid. Languid. I can't think of anything that rhymes with languid. I mean, you can think of one syllable word like quid, or I guess like mid, maybe, but not much rhymes with languid. Flanguid? No, not a word. Manguid? Half mango, half squid is a manguid. If you've ever encountered, if you think you like to eat squid, try catching a manguid. It's a squid on its tentacles, but its body is a mango. It has all mango flavor throughout. It's delicious. If you like mangoes and squid, it's like a perfect combination of mango and squid. It's a boutique farm to table specialty that we serve at my little 3-table restaurant. I got a 3-table restaurant. I want it to be full, or even if it's empty, well, we only have 3 tables left, so we're doing pretty well. La 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 and order. It modulates. Oh, Law and Order. It's such a part of my consciousness. Like, I watched so many Law and Order episodes. It was before I got with Rachel, but I went through a Law and Order period where I just watched shit tons of Law and Order, and so I watched all of the episodes. Maybe they continued making it after that, but there's some new episodes I haven't seen or something. But I didn't like the spin-offs. I only like original OG Law and Order. Get away! I didn't ask you to come here, mosquito. So just stay away. I can't read what the chat says because I don't have my glasses, and I also don't have super binocular eyes so I can see little teeny words on my phone. We got regular eyes, normal eyes that see normal sized things. I refuse to bow to the glasses conspiracy. big glasses wants me to think there's something wrong with my eyes. They're conspiring with big phone to make little words. But also thought it funny that he said, "You may have felt heard, but I bet you didn't feel seen, though." Well, yeah. Well, I guess because, it was a big colorful thing. I'm supposed to see it. I did see it, but SE is very unconscious. It's like, those aren't words. Well, what's that all about? I don't know. I guess I didn't purposely ignore it, I swear I didn't do it on purpose. I just, I don't know why I didn't say anything about it. I need to be better about that kind of stuff. That's like basic little kid level FE. Anyway, thank you, Ruben. You're a gentleman, a scholar, and a reader of fine literature. Literature is literature written by Scooby-Doo. Oh, this water is so good. Take me away, beautiful water. Take me away. Take me away on a holiday from every day. Did I do edible? I did drink a tea. That's probably why my mouth is so dry. You get stealth bonus perception roll from me. Yeah, well, that's true. It's probably better that I ignored it in the first place if you're just measuring outcomes from your perspective, because now here we are continuing to talk about it as an object of analysis because it's interesting. Good job, Miguel and Uhar. Unfortunately, we are down by 4 runs. Okay, it's your time to shine, JJ Blade. It is your time to shine. I want you to shine as bright as the sun. With my encouragement, I believe JJ Blade will do something well. Good. My Scooby-Dooist song is Gregory in Disguise was probably true because Scooby-Doo did feature a lot of people in disguises. It was a central theme of pretty much every episode, I think. It never turned out to really be a ghost. I want to see that episode. The unaired, lost episode of Scooby-Doo. When the gang and the mystery machine roll up on a mystery whose paranormality turns frightening.
It always does.
Velma was never the same after.
Whoa.
The walls ran red with blood. There were full body apparitions. Objects being thrown around the room. There was miniature localized earthquakes. There was rain inside the house. There was a tropical beach that appeared and then went away and then appeared again in one of the bedrooms. A lot of crazy stuff happened in that episode. It was from what I hear from the Reddit threads. Nobody's actually seen it. Apparently, they're afraid that anybody who sees it is so traumatizing that you might be tempted to self-exit, So they don't let anybody see it. Who's they? Hannah and Barbera, of course. Mr. Hannah and Mr. Barbera still are in mutual possession of the one videotape. That's why they're never seen apart from one another, because they're always concurrently holding that one videotape. Hair and eye contrast. My hair is dark brown, okay, with no warm red or golden cast. Okay, fine. I say it's gray, but if you say it's dark brown, I'll go with that, I guess. Dark brown it is. Nick Kurtz, you gotta walk. And every time I say your name, I gotta stop between your first name and your last name, or I'll get in trouble. Beerb, getting a pizza from the pizza portal. Cool. Is that like the transfer portal? Pizza didn't like the amount of playing time it was getting at some other establishment and came to you instead. All right, Urias, you shined last time by getting a double. And I don't want you to think, oh, I've shined, so it's okay. I'm not going to shine this time. No, I believe in you. It is once again, as it was last at bat, it is once again your time to shine. Let's all give a hearty hurrah for Urias Como Luis. That was his first name last. Come on, Urias. Oh, he takes a 93 mile per hour, yeah, maybe a cutter or something. Wasn't a curveball. Didn't look like a four-seamer. Urias grounds weakly to the shortstop, who gets the runner at second. And now there are two outs. The Athletics have men on first and third. That fortunately did not lead to a double play. And Kurtz, unlike a lot of players in contemporary baseball, actually slid into the bag like with some notion of breaking up the double play a little bit. They don't do that anymore. People used to slide in hard, to break up double plays. People don't really do that anymore. I was watching I think it was a John Boy Media video that was talking about that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed, I don't think. But it hadn't occurred to me that people didn't do that anymore until I watched that video. So obviously, I didn't notice anything.
Yeah, same.
But now that I've seen the video, I see clear as day that people are consistently not trying to break up the double play. Jacob Wilson once again gets wood on it, but this time grounds into a simple out. And the score remains 4-0 in favor of the Giants. You stinky Giants. It's not your time to shine.
It's definitely not.
It's the Athletics' time to shine.
Yeah. They're due. Like the Giants they've been consistent for.
You a winter? I don't think so, Ruben. Gregory is an adult, yes. He wants to yell at men who have told him lies. In that regard, he has a few things in common with me. Well, one thing in common with me. I also want to yell at people who tell me lies. You know what? Because it was their time to shine, and instead of shining, they decided to lie to me.
Not good.
I don't like that. That's the opposite of shining. That's absorbing all light. Like the devil. I don't want that. That's not a good piece of clothing. Jung Hoo Lee, he's a good guy, and an ugly guy leaders a why. He's number 3, huh, in the National League. Well, good job, Jung Hoo. Nice to see Korea stepping up. It's not just the Japanese who have good baseball players. You uploaded 5 photos at once? Good for you. But it seemed correct or not?
Do my results seem correct?
Like it says,
That
got the same result. Does that surprise you or seem incorrect?
I mean, I guess, but I don't know. I was trying to think of what your undertones and stuff would be, and honestly, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell you.
Puffer vest. I don't like that article of clothing.
Oh no.
No. I don't approve of vests. I think you know why.
Mm-mm.
Either your torso is too warm or your arms are too cold. You know?
Yeah, it's
If
true.
if it's cold enough out for a puffy jacket, why are your arms bare? If it's not cold enough, if it's warm enough for bare arms, then why do you have a puffy jacket on? Either way, you're committing to an irrational piece of clothing. Like, since when do arms encumber me that much on a jacket? If I'm gonna go armless in my jacket, why don't I go with a wife beater and go armless in total? Totally armless with a parka vest. Maybe that's what I'm gonna start doing now. Now that I've talked shit about it, I kind of want to do it. Now I'm starting to realize how cool it is.
What?
Wearing a wife beater and a parka vest
Mm-hmm.
with, so you have no sleeves at all.
Mm-hmm.
And that way you can show that, like, even though it's cold, my arms don't care. Or you can show, like, even though it's hot, my body can take it.
Yes. That's how I feel. Okay, so like I told my mom that like one of the dresses that I want to wear is a tube top, and she was like, "Oh, are you gonna wear like a cardigan over it?" And I was like, "I don't know. Like, if I feel like if I'm cold, I'll be cold. I don't know."
You know what's weird about tube tops?
What's weird about tube tops?
They're always this way, never this way.
I never.
It's a joke, Rachel.
Okay.
Obviously, if you turn the tube on the side, then it's right. The reason they're always this way is because that's the way people are. You wouldn't want to try to put the tube through your chest sideways.
No.
It's Saturday for sipping sangria and sucking sausage. Well, I usually like to just go ahead and eat the sausage rather than suck it, but to each their own. Oh, sucking down sausage. Is that like down feathers? Or is it like down sausage? Is that jive talk for cool? Or don't you talk about jive talk, that's racist.
Order.
Who's it racist against? Is it racist against babies?
Babies, really?
Yes.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, you know what? The reason you're so sorry to hear that is because you're all covered in dust.
Oh no.
Let me come over here and wipe off some of the dust from you. Porter, what are you doing? God, this Porter's so terrible. He's sexually harassing my wife.
Yes, he is.
No, the Athletics are not winning, Pretty Cat. Thank you very much. They're losing.
That's interesting. I don't know.
Hey, email Anthrax is here. What's the 51st state? Canada? Is that what you're talking about? Why are surprise you and seem incorrect the only two options you provided? Surely there are other options besides surprising and seeming incorrect. And what to what extent does incorrectness, seeming incorrect, correlate with surprising? I guess it depends on whether you expect the person who's seeming incorrect to be correct. That would determine whether it's surprising or not. Good catch, Law Dog. I'm going to call you by your less cool name.
But
Yeah.
is his real full name.
Canada?
So, Rubenar, do you have like any of those colors in your wardrobe? Do you feel that that is correct?
Listen, you guys, I don't need a big sun. I don't need a red giant or whatever. Any sun will do.
Dinner sun?
Could be a red dwarf, could be a neutron star, even. Any sun, I'll take it. If you're giving it away, I'll take it. Oh, I have to come get it myself? I was hoping you'd bring it to me. Well, I don't know how. I figure you know how. You're the one giving away suns. Black hole sun. Those are the colors I seem to naturally pick pretty much.
There you go.
What, mauve and teal? Those are your favorite colors too? I always think of Ruben as a mauve and teal guy.
Mm-hmm.
With some puce. Is puce a color, right?
Puce?
Is that a color?
I've never heard of it.
Let me look it up. For some reason, I think puce is a color. Let me see. Puce. Yeah, it's
Oh
a color.
wow, I had no idea.
It's a brownish purple color. Puce. So anyway, I think of Ruben as a mauve, teal, and puce.
Yeah, look at that range.
That would be a good answer if somebody ever asked you for your color. You'd be like, well, I got three, and I really have a hard time choosing between them. And they're mauve, teal, and puce.
Teal is the most different.
What color is mauve? Is it like puce?
It's more purpley than puce. But yeah, it's similar.
So, like, your three favorite colors could be puce, mauve, and plum. Just all shades of purple. I do know I look pretty shitty, though, and a lot of colors. I don't understand how the end of that sentence goes with the first part. I do know I look pretty shitty, though. And a lot of colors. Salmon. Okay, salmon, puce, mauve, Those are 3 power
Salmon,
colors.
puce, mauve. I think plum, puce, and mauve, really.
What
Or,
about
like,
dusty pink?
Dusty pink, yeah.
I heard you
yeah.
say dusty pink earlier. Remember?
Yeah.
Here's the
Yeah,
cowboy.
because, like, this is a dusty pink. That's what they say.
Let me see, which one's the dusty pink?
This is dusty pink.
Let's see how it looks. Oh, man. Let's see.
I want to put any more in that.
Is that a lot or what?
No. I'm just saying because there's sparkles in it.
Oh, no. Sparkles?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I should have asked. Smells good. Smells like chapstick. Smells like cherry chapstick. It smells just like cherry chapstick.
It does, actually. You're right. Let me see it on you.
Yeah, I actually, at some point in that process, figured that's what you meant. I gotta look at my glasses so I can see what it looks like.
I can't see it.
You can't see. Maybe it perfectly matches my skin.
It might.
So, not to bust your chops at all, but did you pour that as decoration?
What?
Did you pour that out as decoration?
No, if you're coming over.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, like I felt that we could have chips and salsa.
Oh, that's a great idea. I totally forgot about that.
It's okay.
I was just like,
I don't know if it's happening, but
no, I was like, I wonder why you're not eating this. And it seemed like, why pour a whole bowl of chips and salsa if I can't eat one of them?
yeah.
Now I understand. It makes perfect sense. Wow, it really is like so close to my lip color. It's crazy.
It is, right?
Look at it here in the light. It's almost exactly the same color.
Oh my gosh,
lips.
that's crazy.
Come check it out. Orange looks bad. I think orange looks bad on a lot of people, really. Orange is not a really flattering color. Of course, I look fantastic in orange.
You do. Oh my god, it looks exactly like your lips.
Right? I didn't even get any on my bottom lip at all, but it looks the same.
Yeah.
But then you can see where it is on the mustache hairs.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah. That's crazy. I guess we know what color my lips are.
Yeah, dusty pink.
Yeah, I actually put it on my lips because I was like, I wonder how close this is to the color of my scrotum.
Maybe it's the same.
Yeah, I figure my lips are probably
Oh my god.
similarly
so
colored.
Yes, they definitely are.
So, I think they could just rename that lipstick from Dusty Pink to Scrotum.
Yeah, Eric's scrotum.
Yeah.
Or it could be just E because you want to remain anonymous.
It would just be generic scrotum, okay? Just like they
Just
said,
generic scrotum?
flesh color in the olden days when Crayola used to be peachish, pinkish peach. People had different skin colors. They used to grade. Well, just settle on this. That's fine. Same thing with the color scrotum. And all scrotum colors can be modeled after my scrotum. To the extent that you deviate from that, it doesn't mean your scrotum isn't a scrotum. It just means it's not colored scrotum.
No, the thing is, I don't think that I don't know. Eric's
Ruben thinks I'm a summer.
warm. Yeah, he could. I think he's some sort of autumn.
Are you being swayed by this green shirt, though? You could easily be swayed by a green shirt and thinking I'm more autumnal than I actually am.
Well, Delilah confirmed that you have warm undertones. Cause remember the last time that I saw, I was with you and she in her apartment. She was like asked if you were okay, cause compared to me, like I looked so pink and you looked so yellow. And I was like, no, I think it's just his yellow undertones. And she was like, yeah, he does have yellow undertones.
Mm. That's why people sometimes call me tortilla chip. You're not yellow like a banana. You're yellow like a tortilla chip.
Yes.
Summer scrotum. Summer scrotum would be a good name for that lipstick. I used to work there.
Yeah, he did.
At the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. I was a ride operator.
I like that they have a commercial for it and you used to work there.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I ever really worked that big roller coaster though, which is weird because I think I worked every other ride pretty much, but I don't remember ever working the roller coaster.
Mm.
I worked a great car race ride. That one was fun. Hop on the little cars and I can go over this place or that place.
Mm.
Was that Inky Pinky? Small hands, smells like cabbage. Lilliputian pollution? That's a pretty good answer for that for an Inky Pinky, huh? I'm sure you didn't mean it as such, but that's a pretty great answer for that if it were an Inky Pinky question. Lilliputian pollution. I'm going to pat myself on the back with this mechanized back patter. Well, I'm calculating all the Erics I've got cataloged, and that's just the current green affected Eric. Oh, so you're not being swayed too much by my green shirt. Imagine if I were wearing kind of a pastel yellow. This thing it goes around your shoulder. Right. But it's a little bit like a two-spot thing instead of one spot. I like to massage my bones. You go to the doctor and so doc, tell me, you think I need to massage my bones more? I'll try to massage them every night. No, I think you need to stop massaging your bones. It helps them grow big and strong. You're a full-grown man, sir. You think it would help if I did that? All right, let's go. Bone massage. Mint or lilac? Which one has a stronger presence in your soul? I'm going to say mint. Because lilac smells like, well, I don't know what it smells like, but
It smells pretty.
I realized I was thinking of lavender. I don't like the smell, or I don't like lavender because it's like soapy.
Yeah, it is.
Lilac, I don't know what it smells like.
Lilac smells. It's a nice floral.
That's a spot I didn't normally massage. Part of my bone massage tour. Oh, there we go. That's some good bone massage. Sir, all you're doing is bruising yourself. You are not Batman, show me. I know what Batman looks like. He's got this like black thing on his face. Where's my water?
It's right here, right? That's your water?
Ah. Good eyes, Rachel. Good eyes. Way to find my water.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream. So I want to wish you all the very best. Every last one of you. I want you to have the very best night of your life tonight. Make every second count. Okay? Tonight's the night you go night hang gliding into a plane from which you parachute out of.
No.
So tell me all about it tomorrow. Talk to you later.